Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room, Wednesday, October the 20th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. Yes and yes means you can hear me and you can see my screen. So let's get into it. NVAX, man oh man. Hopefully, again, I always say this, hopefully nobody was holding this one, though this one had already been in disarray for quite a while. Look at the base here on the daily chart, but it came from a high of 258 all the way down to 166 on a slide, big base. And then I guess after hours yesterday, it was announced that there's some concern about the purity of the vaccine. This is a virus play, of course. And so the stock is just being thumped today, down 22%, 3.9 million shares. This is not a big float either, 73 million in the float for a $123 stock. Well, now a $123 stock. So this is just being devastated today, NVAX. Okay, LMDX. Now, again, I don't think a lot of these are going to hold their gains, but I'm going to talk about them anyway to see if they do. This one got up to, man, look at this. What a, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but got up to $15, cut by a third, just about down to 10. Was given emergency use approval. And this is a COVID test, okay? So it was given emergency use approval. But again, the market just doesn't care. I mean, it cared, at the beginning. It just doesn't care now. This could be an interesting one. ME. This is, I think, a Kramer pump from yesterday, and it is still moving. So there was the pump. And it's still over 10. I call it interesting because it's over $10, big psychological area to get through. What did it get through? What did it get to yesterday? The high was 974. 2 days before that was 984. Now we're over 10. Now let's see if it holds 10. The high looks like back here is about 1115. So anyway, it could get interesting. Another little one, I just don't think that these small ones are going to have any oomph once the market opens, but TRKA, I'll mention it just because, it is up 26%, lots of volume, relatively low float, obviously had some kind of news after hours yesterday. I don't see the news, but must have had something, media stock. HX, wow, what a run this has been on. HX. I know they announced a new CEO yesterday afternoon. No, I can't see that headline. I want to make sure I'm correct. I could have sworn I saw something about a new CEO. Well, at any rate, this is up again. Look at the run it's been on over the last few days. This was a, sub $2 stock. And what's that, about 3 weeks from 2 to 10. Wow. Real, what are you doing here? Good morning. VALN, V-A-L-N is up, virus play, V-A-L-N. I don't know if this is a sympathy play with NVAX that is taking advantage of their fall. I really don't know. I don't see any specific news. It is a virus play. And be big, ooh, be big. Both the CEO and the CFO resigned. So that happened after hours yesterday. FSTX, deal with Janssen, licensing agreement. They received 17.5 million up front. There's a big pop up here, and it's fading though. So I guess that's 17.5 million. Look at this. It's up still. Don't get me wrong. It's up almost 10%. with the potential over who knows how many years for $1.35 billion, but they do get a 17.5 million upfront payment. EAT. We don't have this as an earnings play, but I guess they either released early. But EAT is an earnings play, is gap down. Here's another little China stock, PHCF. PHCF. And what are you doing? I don't see any news on it. Good volume though. Look at the float, 3.7 million in the float. Already traded almost 500,000 shares. So next on my list was Ardus. It is a phase 3. Ardus is a phase 3. There's a big drop. I think I got up to 25 and it got down to 20. Almost to 25 and then it dropped down to 20. So this is a phase 3 though. Phase 3 top line results. TGNA. I'm only bringing this one up. I don't think there's very much volume. TGNA. So there is an individual who's trying to put together a bid for this one at $23. Byron Allen said to boost backing for broadcaster. Has shored up more investors to back his $23 per bid share per share takeover of TGNA. Magna, MGA, citing chip shortage as a problem, and so they've lowered their guidance. This is a big gap down. Big Canadian auto parts company. So there's Magna, MGA. And a tip has gapped down, saying that Q3 sales aren't looking too good. So this is an all-time low, almost an all-time low now for this one. The all-time low, I think, is 281. So we're getting close. It is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I was kind of watching AVIR, see if it would continue its recovery. It had a nice bounce this morning, but now starting to drift down. It got down to 13 something, 13.20 or so. Popped up about $1, but now it's starting to drift down. Of course, this was a super active yesterday, trading on both the upside and the downside. $9.13. So let me just do morning, Zach. Let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. Cling Daddy, good morning. Okay, well, our upgrade list is not too extensive. There are certainly more downgrades than upgrades. Let me get some of them in. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. Netflix being downgraded by Deutsche Bank. Netflix had earnings. JP Morgan downgrading AVIR again. Shouldn't say again, but putting a downgrade on them already. Okay, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. That should be our new, well, not new mantra, but yeah. Try to decipher the news and anticipate that it should do something. Just watch what happens. Watch the chart. The chart is telling you what traders think, what the market thinks. No matter what you think of the news. All right, let's take a look at the sectors to see what's happening in the pre-market with the major sectors. I'm going to go to our sector status window. We're in for a kind of a neutral open. SPY's up by 0.2, so nothing. Okay, so here's a change now. We're now getting back to those days where every energy stock was down. So only 3% of them, 9% of them are up from yesterday's close. That's what these percentages mean. Technology, it's about 50-50. Financials, about 50-50. Consumer staples, healthcare, kind of wishy-washy right now. Everything, most of the are around 50-50, kind of a wishy-washy start. Other than energy. So if you're looking to go into energy today, make sure that it's something that's trying to trading on its own. I mean, if you're going to long, of course this can change once the market opens. This can all change, but right now energy is weak. Whereas virtually everything else is just kind of 50-50. Yeah, this will be interesting, the ARDAS. Again, you look at the news, phase 3, top line, good results, the whole bit. That's why the pop through the 200-day moving average, way above it. But again, what we think should happen, may not happen, gives up 20 and starts to slide. Look out. What do I think about it? I don't think about it until the market opens. It's gapped down on earnings. That's all I can say. When you ask me what do I think about it, if you're asking me to analyze the earnings report, I don't do that. Let's just wait to see what happens once the market opens. I know we have November 3rd, but I guess they must, I don't know if our data provider is just incorrect or they decided to release early, but there's a reaction after hours. All you can do is wait for the market to open. So when you ask me what do I think about it, it's gapped down and now we just have to wait. Look at this though. It's gapped way down, so it's going to take a bunch, I think. And it's you know what? The other thing is it's not a huge float for a $43 stock, 45 million in the float. So give me one moment, please. Yeah, and by the way, I'm not trying to be dismissive of, what do I think about something. Look, I don't even know what's happening here. Now look at it. No, I don't believe that. So I don't believe that. I think that's an outlier. It looked like it was almost going to go positive. You saw that big red. See, that is something that happens on our charts. I don't see it on another chart. But at any rate, we just have to wait to see what happens once the market opens. Take a look at Netflix, just for fun. I don't trade Netflix, but just for fun. They released after hours. You saw that mixed reaction. Look at these topping tail, bottoming tail, and now it's down 2%. If you now again, you look at their release, and I think the company had forecasted something like I want to say 1.5 million subscribers, and they added 4.5. The street was looking at 3.5. So on the surface, you would go, "Wow, that's fantastic." But it's all about what are they going to do next quarter. Yeah, I'm trying to still verify that news, and I could have sworn I read that the CEO resigned yesterday. I might be wrong, and this is for HX. Oh, just a second. Zach, I saw your hoodie yesterday late. I know you mentioned it, and it's a little bit like the HX. I don't know if they're joined at the hip or whatever, but I mean, look at this. It's a lot like the HX. And this is shortable for us at Interactive Brokers. Both China stocks, of course, but look like they're in completely different. I don't know if they're owned by the same group, but they look like they're in completely different segments. This is more financial. The other one, if that is correct, let me just do a quick look at the profile of the company because we have it in iron and steel. So let's see. Yeah, okay. So I mean, they're completely different companies unless they own by the same group, which is possible. Because when you look at the two charts, they're very similar. What about Redis? We've been talking about it. Phase 3, good positive top line results from phase 3, so hence the pop. But again, you just got to wait for the market to open to see the true reaction, to see if this can hold. As I said before, if it takes out 20, it doesn't look good. It holds 20 and starts to move from there, looks a lot better. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, so looking at the AVIR, still sinking here. Now the Redis looks like it's trying to hold, RDUS, excuse me, it looks like it's trying to hold 20. Is that a mistype on the upgrades and the downgrades? Two downs. Which one, Bob? Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. Yes, the first one are upgrades. Sorry about that. Yes, the first one are upgrades. This is what you're talking about. Yeah, I just mistyped. That should be up. These are the upgrades. Second one are the downgrades. Again, I'm looking at some of these smaller ones that were flying in the pre-market, and they're just starting to drift down, like the Troika, TRKA, starting to drift down. Remember KAVL from yesterday? I was actually had some relatively high hopes for it yesterday, hoping that it might hold on to this 270 level towards the end of the day, and maybe take a stab at trying to get through that 285 level after hours. But look what happened. And is that the CEO resigned, or the CEO is out? That was yesterday, right? Okay, thank you. I don't know why I can't see it anymore with my IB headlines. So, okay, I wasn't going crazy. Here we are. I see it again. You know what they did? They did a correction. Okay, there it is. I guess I must say maybe they yanked the headline and then they did a correction. Okay, that's just a confirmation that I'm not going nuts. I haven't mentioned this one, but United Airlines, it does have earnings today, such as they are. It is good to know, for me anyway, trader. All right, just give me a moment here, guys. 1 minute, thank you, William. I knew that I heard your chime. Yeah, 1 minute to the open, less than a minute to the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. And typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Let things settle down a little bit. My watch list has been very powerful the last few days, so I'm going to keep try, if I can, to keep more of an eye on it, especially the ones up. It all depends on how distracted I am, of course, during the other things I do, but definitely, the watch list has been really performing. And we starts trading tomorrow. The saga of we. That's BoX, so the acquisition is complete tomorrow. This is WeWorks, of course. All right, we are now open. Okay, Artist is still kind of hanging around this area, trying to decide which way it really wants to go. All right, so much for me holding 10. I don't mean me. the stock ME holding 10 so far. All right, Artist is making a little move here, and it's coming in on some volume. Okay, the LMDX is on the move a little bit here. LMDX on the move. Now, HX doesn't want to quit. HX does just not want to quit yet. So there's the pre-market highs, way up here at over $11. But again, it's early. Didn't mention this one, but SESN, it's a real cheap one, really cheap one. SESN, I didn't mention this one in the pre-market. And here's another one that's starting to move, 10 cent, TME. Big volume coming in, big volume, look at the volume. Really not too active pre-market, but BTU getting slapped here. Ooh, BTU getting slapped. Energy play. So remember what we saw with energy, the energy sector, only 9% of the stocks were up from yesterday's close. This was in the pre-market, so energy is weakening for right now. Okay, FSTX is on the move here, trying to come back. Let's see, the high was 833 in the pre-market. News with a licensing agreement with Janssen. They think they got a $17.5 million upfront payment. It's a low float, 16 million in the float. Out of the UK. Another one on the move. Real mentioned this one yesterday, MQ. MQ may be coming into too much resistance, so right around that 27 level. MQ. I don't think I'd really heard of this company. I guess they did an IPO back here. BTU continues down here. Early morning gap down. Yeah, Novavax, NVAX, it's a lot of volume coming in, and yeah, it popped about $9, $8, $9. Just be careful, of course. I mean, devastating news for it. Maybe, I don't know if it's overblown or what the situation is, but obviously But to me, it was interesting the way it was trading the days before. Now, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is by design. I like to I do put an on-purpose time delay in these two windows. Here are the early alerts, though. That if I didn't have a time delay, you'd see them here. And I do that just because I just see too many things whip up and down in the first 15 minutes. So I know that I'll miss an early runner that just keeps going. I get it. Don't know what you mean by how you color in the post and pre-market hours. Are you talking about the on the charts? How this is this tan area or rosy area is pre-market? Is that what you mean? Look at boy, this has been a tough one. I mean, look at MGTX trying to get back over 20. Okay, so that's just a matter of activating. Okay, there's nothing for you to do other than when you click on a chart, right click on a chart, and if you go to properties and you just have to check show pre-market and show post-market. Once you check that, this is what you're going to see. This is just by default. I don't think you can even change that. So that purplish area right here, or mauve area, is after hours yesterday, and here's the pre-market. Okay? Boy, BTU continues down. This has got room also. BTU's got room down to that 1330 level. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but you know, just look at the daily chart. That's where there could be some support, but okay, so Tushar, you might have to just grab the right-hand corner and pull it, stretch it. Okay? It's probably the reason. I just have to make sure I don't accidentally click the X, but see what I'm doing here? So if it's just tiny, try to grab the right-hand corner and stretch it out. And then you should see everything. Good. Easy fix. Look at PHCF, guys. PHCF is on the move. This is a little China stock. And there's a 200-day moving average, 363. So that's far enough away. Look at that initial move. It did get halted. Yes, PHCF did get halted. 937 plus 35 seconds. So, wow, guys, look at the airlines. Yikes! Jets. This is the ETF for the airline industry. Maybe coming into some support, but American Airlines getting hit here. United had earnings this morning. UAL. Let's see what. I'm sure United is going to be, yeah, wow. When is this going to end? VIPS on the move, another China stock. So if you want to just short the air, I mean, you know, you don't have to pick a specific airline, but Jets is the ETF. Maybe coming into a support area here. Let's check that float for PHCF. Yeah, so this is why, guys, I mean, look at this float, 3.7 million in the float. We have a projected open of around 294, 294. That can change, of course. So me came right back. Look at that big bottoming tail. Look at that big bottoming tail in the 15-minute chart. Got all the way back down to 970, and then it just popped right back up. That's why trading in the first 15 can be injurious to your health. NVTS. NVTS just got, oh, sorry, this is a resume. Now, is this a, I don't know what this is. I mean, on the surface, it looks like an IPO, but typically, maybe was it uplisted to, I just can't see any news on it. Yeah, okay, so this was uplisted to, so begin trading on NASDAQ on October 20th. Okay, so NVTS. So I don't know if this was a pink sheet stock before, but there is NVTS. Another one that was halted was CNEY. CNEY. Another China stock. Boy, these China, look, I mean, a lot of them look like this, don't they? The China over the last few days just ripping. Oh boy, HX, unbelievable. You know, every time you see these things move, you think, okay, that's got to be it, and then that's got to be it, that's got to be it, that's got to be it. You know, it's so hard for me anyway just to chase these. Wow, BTU, look at BTU, just tanking. Another one. So look at it. I mean, here's the theme for today so far. Energy getting thumped here. Look at NFE. Energy just getting thumped. Let's take a look at the sectors just really quickly. Again, to see if there's been much of a change. I don't even know what the market says. So the Dow's up a little, NAS is up a little, SPY's up a little. But let's take a look at energy. Yeah, look at now, 100%. 100% of the energy stocks that make up XLE, the big energy ETF, all down from yesterday's close. I mean, some are neutral, HAL and COG, but everything else is down. The biggest one down is BKR. Now, that's interesting. BKR down 3.4%. It's only a $26 stock. Got to take a look at it. You know, and everything else, shouldn't say everything else, but you know, we sort of saw in the pre-market, it was kind of 50-50. Consumer staples, though, 87%. And now, and real estate, utilities. Like what you're seeing here, these are the major ETFs and the stocks that comprise them. And the percentages refer to the number of stocks that are up or down from yesterday's close on a percentage basis. PHCF just opened. Yes, PHCF opened. And what did it do? So, yeah, look at this. Popped up to 331. Got all the way. I mean, it's got to be so careful. I mean, it's almost a dollar move down from the high. That's a tremendous percentage move down. Got to be very, very, very careful. Low float situation. Wow, look at BTU. All right, it is 9:45, so let's see what starts popping into my watch list, up or down. Again, that's the earliest you'll see anything here. Doesn't mean we'll see something at 9:45, but it's the earliest you will. Okay, here's an earnings play. Didn't see very much of this in the pre-market. FULT is an earnings play. how interesting it will be. The let's see, the high of 2 months ago, 1627. So it is above that high. So it has a little bit of room on a monthly chart. FULT does have some room, you know, to the 17 and then the 1750 level. Not saying it's going to get there. Just trying to take out, but on the weekly chart, 1717. So it's got some room. Is Rite Aid an earnings play? RAD? Not an earnings play. Look at this one go. Rite Aid, RAD. Haven't seen this one for a while. And so the CNEY just opened. CNEY, another China stock, low float, 7.6 million in the float. China's going crazy. Look at JFIN, and I think another China stock just got halted. So their China stocks are going crazy right now. Not just right now, but a continuation. And how can this happen? Look at the float, 7.6 million in the float. Wow. And you just got another one just got resumed, ALPP. Did see this in the pre-market. Didn't talk about, so it got halted on the way, maybe on the way up. Saw this one in the pre-market. Just didn't think it was that interesting. Wow, BTU guys, that was the one. Look at BTU. And I said it had some support, maybe around 1332, so. What's the next low looking left for NFE? The next low is 30. You know what? If this takes out 30, look out below. I'm just going to have to stick an alert around 29.97 for NFE. See if it takes that out. It's about $1 away, but you can just see if it takes out 30. Look below. It's got a ton of room. Well, I kind of had faith. You know, it's in the 10-day daily breakdown. And ton of room underneath, so a little bit early. Well, let's see if that VWAP, the VWAP right here for Ardus is 2212, and now it's below it. And JFIN resumed. Gotta be careful on the Ardus though. I mean, it does have good news, so I see the short opportunity. The MQ continues higher here. All right, artists. Okay, good call on by Zach and by Real on the break. Just wanted to warn people, just be careful. But look at this now. Now there might be some support around the 21 level, right here on that 5-minute chart. Oh man, BTU. Wow. I hear what I read your post, Becca, about the 2-minute opening range break. Look at the SPY, guys. Okay, now we're getting a pop in the SPY. I guess if I looked at the sector status, we'd see a lot more of the sectors other than energy are moving higher. I don't have that in the options box. Are you talking about is that the warrant, or those the warrants, or was that just a misprint? Yeah, I don't have that one in. And the reason, let's see, why wouldn't I? Yeah, I'm not really sure why it's not showing up for me. There's got to be a filter that's just preventing it. 1 in 25, so that was fine. Current volume 3, that's fine. Oh, I know why. I put a 10-minute delay on it. I put a 10-minute delay on getting anything. So that's the reason. So for me to see it now, it would have to, so you saw it right off the bat. Okay, I get it. But I put a 10-minute delay on my options for this very reason. Yeah, so that's why. Just because I just find, things are just too darn jumpy in the first, 10 to 15 minutes. So that's just me. And this is what I'm talking about. So time of day. So I will not get any alerts until at least 10 minutes after the open. It prevents the whippiness a little bit. That's why I do it here. Now look at ME. Okay, ME 1041. Now this is a Kramer pump from yesterday. Okay, it's trying to continue. If you look left, the next high looking left is 1096. So I mean, it's got some room to the 11 mark. So looking at the 15-minute chart for RDUS, you would think that 20 could hold it. Right about, well, it's actually 2070, right around here. So let's see if it takes out 21 and then challenge. I mean, if it takes this out, wow. I mean, anything is possible then. Well, those are my comments, Maida. I'm not commenting on the press release. I mean, obviously, it was a positive press release after this morning, phase 3 top line results. But there is some weakening right now, so all you can do is just keep an eye on the chart, see if it holds a level like 2045 or so. Wow, look at this. See, look how insanely whippy these things are with the float. CNEY got right up to 976 and right back down to 822. And CNEY just resumed after it got halted on the way down. SKLZ, let's see. Yeah, but yeah, okay. I mean, this is too whippy for me right off the bat. I mean, you know, you're chasing it here, and now the other thing I'd be looking at, what was the high over here? 934. What did it get to? So it got up to 955 briefly, but I'd be really, you just have to look at all this here on the daily chart. See, for me, it's just not clean enough. There's all sorts of little areas where it could stumble, stall. You know, but I mean, right now, I mean, it whipped up, but I don't know if this red candle is going to continue down. But there's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of little areas, pockets of resistance, as I call it. You know, when I look left on a chart, I don't want to see any of this. I'd rather see all this underneath with a clear shot, maybe to, you know, with a dollar. In this particular case, maybe with a dollar or two before you hit resistance. Boy, this Avir is just getting, I mean, who was it, Morgan or JP that, JP Morgan or Morgan Stanley that put another downgrade on this? This is after yesterday's devastation. Yeah, Urenda from yesterday, YRD from yesterday is a continuation, another China stock, more importantly, through the 200-day moving average now. So now when you look left, 444, so 444 is the next high looking left. 446, you can kind of see if it can take this out. Then the next high is 469, and up here is $5. So, I mean, it's got, you know, a chance, if the momentum continues, to get close to that 5 level. Again, I'm not saying it's going to do that. But I wouldn't be taking this now. I mean, it's you know, you're chasing it. Yeah, so TGNA, I'm sure you read the news on it. So there is somebody trying to raise enough money for his $23 a share takeover bid for TGNA. Byron Allen. Oh boy, this, you have the AI guys, you know, and what are we now, Wednesday? So there's still 3 days left in the test drive. This is definitely one to keep an eye on. Look at the room this one has, PRLD. Okay, I don't mind talking about it during the test drive, but definitely keep an eye on PRLD, because look at the room it's got. Now, it did pop up to 1991, so this is obviously a pullback play. Now, how you trade it is up to you. Okay, the RDUS is getting really critical now through 21. This is, you look at the 15-minute chart, 20, I mean, that 20, if it doesn't hold 20, look out below. I mean, that'll be it, I think. Bit of a spread issue with PRLD. It's from our AI, Daniel. You don't see it. Just give you a glimpse of it. There it is, PRLD. These are the alerts that have come in from our AI so far. Well, now this has been halted on the way down. So, I mean, look, the alert was good, 1095. It popped all the way up from that alert. Got all the way up to 1160, 1169, so not quite $1 before it started to drop, and now it's halted on the way down. HX. The other one, is, I mean, it's got some room to 11. I'm not telling anybody to take these trades. I'm just pointing them out. Sophie. So this was put in yesterday. I was demonstrating how you can take a trade on a pullback. I obviously left the order in overnight. This is in the simulator. And this is the SOFI. I think I put a pullback to 20 right there. You can see the line. If it pulled back to 20, it would take the trade. Boy, this artist is still right around that 21 level. All right, well, this one has come back to the 20 level. It's a difficult intraday trader. Look at the topping tails and bottoming tails, okay, for MGTX. This was a buy from the AI a couple of days ago, and it did get up to this 2044 level. It looks like it's trying to get back over 20. This is an example of something that, people ask all the time about the AI. Can it be used for swing trading? Well, I mean, I'm not, of course you can. You can take a look. I mean, this one would have worked, of course, as a swing trade. But it is whippy. All right, guys, the PRLD getting more interesting. Just got to get that bid catching up to the ask. A lot of halts today. Now, the same stock has been halted a couple of times, but a lot of halts today. There goes me, guys. Not me, but ME. Again, there's the next level for me is around 1096. 1096 is the next high looking left. I'm not saying it's getting there, just pointing it out. What a disaster this is now. The KAVL seem to be much ado about not. Look at the volume that came in yesterday. Now, Novavax, NVAX, for those of you, don't mind the more expensive stocks, NVAX, interesting little red bar right there. Red bar ignored right there. Okay, MGTX is still trying to hold that 20 level, MGTX. Well, it would be amazing. I don't think it will, but it would be amazing. You're absolutely right. Wow, that AVIR. So let's take a look at AVIR. I'm not in this one. And the low yesterday, I mean, it's still got room to go. I mean, the low yesterday was, 1076. And it actually got lower than that in the pre-market. In the pre-market yesterday. Let's take a look at where it actually got in the pre-market. Got down to 931 in the pre-market yesterday. So the longer this holds underneath 13, this could turn into a really interesting short. If you can get it. The problem is the uptick rule is still in effect because the stock is down. It was down way more than 10% yesterday, of course. So it may be a little bit difficult to get because of the uptick rule. But if this doesn't hold 13, this meaning AVIR, Me guys, wow. I mean, this is if you took this one from the watch list, you know, the next area, again, I keep saying this, but it's over here. Right around, I saw something, oh, I know what I did on the daily chart. Yeah, right up here. So next high is 1096. All right, now my alerts have kind of dried up now. OLB, still not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Definitely in fade mode now after the big pop it had yesterday, especially pre-market, and then it just sold off all day. Sell-off continues, maybe 5 holds, I don't know. SPY continues to move higher. Okay, now ETH is on the way down here. ETH just broke down a little bit here, and this is an earnings play. Come on, get that bid catching up to the ask for Prelude, PRLD. Nothing from my option scanner today. I can because I have a 10-minute delay. I know some of you have had some alerts, but I have nothing in my option scanner with that 10-minute delay. All right, TCRR showing up now. And this is not quite an all-time low. And this is it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. What's the low here? Problem is, 640. I'm just trying to see where the low is on the daily chart. Wow, this has got some room underneath, I think, because I think the lows right there are 762, 762. All right, guys, let's watch this TCRR. There's no real support now until we get to that monthly area, which is 640. COM is not there. It's probably a good reason, and it might be out of the price range. Okay, I think I know why. See, the relative volume is 3.1 now, so that probably, when it triggered for you, the relative volume was under 3. It is now 3.17 now, and that is one of my filters. It's got to be 3. Oh man, I'm just waiting to see if this TCRR really breaks down. This is come on down. All right, on the high side now, Hive, HIVE, moving high. Another, yeah, wow, Canadian stock. Where are you, out of Vancouver? Yeah. So again, this is not an IPO, symbol name change, more than likely. Yeah, I see it. Tough trader. But again, as I pointed out earlier, the AIs can be used for swing trading. If you've got, this would have been a bit of a tough one because of the bottoming tails and the topping tails. But, nonetheless, there it is. There was the buy a couple of days ago at 1823. All right, guys, there's the PRLD. I think finally the bid is kind of caught up to the ask. Okay, that's from the AI. This has got a lot of potential when you look at the daily chart, for potentially a multi-day hold. I mean, now it is a bio. You got to remember, it is a bio. I don't know what happened here. Obviously, some terrible news for it. Drove it down. But yesterday had a decent day and it's, continuation. The next high looking left is almost 25. Well, it could take out 20. So it just took out the high, I believe, was 1985. So this was a pullback play. This was a pullback strategy from the AI. You can see exactly what happened. Popped up, pulled back to this level, held there for a while. Obviously just waiting to see if it can take out 20 PRLD. So for those of you who've been in the room for a while, you know the ones I like from the AI are the ones under $20. And when I saw this one, not only was it under 20, but I just look at the room. Or Barry, Zach. Just a little bit. Probably not Zach's eyes, but I'm actually looking to add if it takes out that level. If it breaks underneath 20. What do I think about it? Again, it's under 20, so I mean it's almost an all-time high. I did not take this one. Crypto play, of course. I did not take that one. But I mean, look, it takes out 13. I mean, it's almost an all-time high. I guess what was it yesterday's the all-time high? 13.15. Or I guess today or this week. I'll get it right. 2 days ago. 2 days ago. I guess on looks like 13. I don't know where we're getting the 13.15. Maybe some. I don't know where that would have been. Well, it is laid out. I mean, it's a guide. So you have an entry, you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. But it is laid out in that fashion, yes. I never take any trade without seeing a chart first. So I'll always click on the chart. That's what got me interested in the PRLD. Don't often see something like this from the AI, but that's what got me interested when I saw the huge gap. Wish is on the move. This was a meme stock. I don't know if it still is a meme stock, but this was a meme stock. A lot of people wishing that it would go higher. A lot of resistance, looking like it's coming into a lot of resistance right in this area of 6. Now, if it takes out 6, then the 660 level maybe. Just a trade, just a trade. Huge float. 372 million shares in that float. The best way to use the AI, though, is to manage the exits on your own, okay? I don't... Wow, look at NVAX, guys. Remember, we just talked about that red bar ignored. For those of you who don't mind playing more expensive stocks, look at that red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. So the trigger would have been about 135.50. All right, HWC. HWC is on the move. This is not quite an all-time high. HWC on the move. It is an earnings play, actually. It released earnings after hours yesterday. No reaction whatsoever. Look at this. No reaction. Now, guys, we've noticed a bit of an anomaly here with our trade ideas charts. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but we've seen instances where you see how we had that big topping tail right up here. I remember seeing it, and it was green all the way up, and then it dropped immediately, okay? Now, we've seen more generally when we see a big bottoming tail, then it comes back up, especially in the pre-market, that sometimes that can be just a magnet for later on. I'm not saying this is going to happen. All right. And I say an anomaly because if you look at other charting programs, you don't see those big topping tails or bottoming tails. Oh man, if R just takes out 20, I mean this. Look at this chart, guys. Artist takes out 20, and there's nothing really holding it. I mean, I'm not cheering against the company. I mean, I'm short this. A number of us are short this, but now there's the 200-day moving average. I mean, that may hold it, even if it gets through 20. All right, HUT now at 13. It was at 13. Let's stick an alert up here. Got up to 13.17. Definitely a nice alert from the AI. So this is what I'm talking about. Wow, it's 10:30 already. Been a fast morning again. Well, I'll talk about the AI in a bit. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format. Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm live on the mic and sharing my screen. And as always, I start off with my home page. Now, don't take out a subscription right now, okay? If you were thinking about it. In fact, just give me a moment. Excuse me. Because we are going to have a promo code. It's either I'll have it today or tomorrow. Okay, so don't take out a subscription right now. Might as well wait. Look at HUT. But when you go to my homepage, I'm just waiting on. I might be able to get a sneak preview of the promo code that I'll be able to give to you. So just give me a moment. But there's more information on my homepage and just taking out a subscription. So do not take out a subscription right now, okay? There'll be a different promo code. It'll more than likely be 25%, okay? So don't take out a subscription now. But just to give you an idea how much Trade Ideas will cost, or does cost, so we have 4 plans on an annual and monthly basis. So we have the premium annual is $22.68 a year. The standard is $10.68 a year. Minus, again, when I get the promo code, it'll be 25% off. Okay, I've just been told I'll have the code at around 10 o'clock. That'll be Eastern time. Sorry, 10 o'clock Pacific time. So that'll be about 1 o'clock Eastern time. Okay? So it'll be $22.68 for the full year for premium minus the 25%, or $10.68 minus the 25% for standard. You don't have to have an annual plan. In fact, if you don't know the product very well, this is what you can do. You can start off with a standard 118 less the 25%. That'll be for the first month only, or the premium 228 less the 25%. But the good news is that if you started off with standard and wait for that promo later on for today, you get the 25% off. If within 30 days you decide you want to upgrade to an annual plan, we'll honor the promo code. Okay? Now, if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But do not take out an annual plan unless you know unless you're really sure that you want to stick with us. Okay, so those are the subscriptions. Now, Trade of the Week. These are free sections right here. Trade of the Week, Stock of the Day video that I do at noon, and all the education. So the Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a Stock of the Day video at noon Eastern, and all the education is right here. We've got a great user guide now. Okay, you can look at the segmentation of it right here, or you can go to the full table of contents and find what you're looking for. Okay, this is brand new, and it's being added to. As we add new features, it gets added to. What I would do though, if you're just starting out, you don't have to dive into the user guide right off the bat. I would take a look at the introductory lessons, okay? Introductory lessons go over things like what is a top list, building them, alert windows, creating them, etc. All of the basic features explained right here. Afterwards, if you want to go into the user guide for more detailed explanations of everything, it's there for you. Daily support session. So at between 12 and 1 of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today it'll be Steve Gomez. He's the originator of the Trades of the Week. So before I take my break, I'll give you the link so you can head over there if you want to between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. Daily webinars, there are none this week. We'll get back to our regular schedule next week. You can sign up for them all right here. We're on a rotation basis. 1 week it's Monday, Wednesday. The next week it's Tuesday, Thursday. But you can sign up for them all right here. Again, more educational videos, probably a little bit, you can take a look at these, starting trade ideas from scratch. If you go to the user guide, I'm sure it's up there also. And a great little section here, back to basics. If you're new to trading, please take a look at this little video series that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together, starting off with what is a stock. Okay? So a lot of information, my home page, including my scan section. So obviously you have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas, but this is a sample layout. It looks a lot like what you see, okay? Plus individual stocks, or sorry, individual scans that I have created. So, you know I love this one. No action on it yet, the strong options. And also, I modified to the way I like to trade, but this is Real's idea from a couple of weeks ago, the 10-day daily breakout and breakdown. So it's modified from what how Real did it, but that's okay. So a lot of information on my homepage. Save the link, especially here. Lots of information here. You don't have to only look at it when the room's open. So just save my link, and then you can look at all this whenever you want. This scan only applies to the first year, yes. After a year, you can make up your mind, Ron. If you don't, if you want to continue, if you think it's been worthwhile, you can make up your mind after the year. All right. Well, the AI's having a nice little day so far. So first, though, I just want to talk a little bit about what Trade Ideas is. So there is an alert from the option scanner. It's a cheap one. Now, I have a bit of a bias against the cheap ones under $5, but that is a red bar ignored. The 200-day moving average is far enough away. What is the next high looking left? So this may stall right around the 150 mark. That's the issue I have with this one from the option scanner. If it can break through 150, all right, look at the room it potentially has. I mean, the 200-day could easily stall it, but that's on a percentage basis, that's way above it. All right, so just briefly, what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. That's what we are. We are a scanner. An example of a scanner. So if you want to build your own scans, and I'm going to get into that in a little bit, because there's a way in which you don't even have to know how to build scans at all. You can take my scans that I share, and also I'm going to go over the toolbar. And it's going to show you we have a lot of different themed layouts, and within each themed layout there are scans. So if you don't want to build your own scans, no problem. We've got a lot of them designed already. But what we do very well, you can build your own scans, of course. So this one called Basic New Highs and Lows. If I right click and then click on Configure and click on the summary, this is what this scan is looking for. You always start off with filters. So I'm looking for stocks in this particular case between $1 and $20. High relative volume, current volume is 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day, etc. Doesn't really matter what these, I'm just showing you the concept. You always start off with filters. So if these filter criteria are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. Okay, so if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. And the good news is that you don't have to learn a programming language. Again, I'm going to right click on an alert window. I click on Configure. I click on Search. Here are all the alerts that we have. And when we change these icons, these are all the filters that we have. You do not have to learn them all. The reason we have so many is that we have all sorts of different, we have thousands of customers with all sorts of different trading styles. So we feel we've got enough. We've created enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scan. But you don't have to know them all. Just give me a moment. Now, I want to talk a little bit about our AI. We nickname it Holly. This is what it looks like. So if you're still a part of the test drive or you have our premium service, this is what I would do. Do not complicate it. Click on, from our toolbar, click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Do not complicate it. Don't worry about, well, what do all these segments mean? I wouldn't even worry about the strategies themselves. I would just not concern myself, but just, hey, I want to see the alerts. Okay? And this is the window that you'll see. And you'll have an entry, a suggested entry, and here's a suggested stop. How you trade them will be up to you. Okay? You just wait for the alerts to happen. What I would do is I would incorporate this window as part of your layout so that if you open trade ideas before the market opens, this window will be blank, and then the earliest you'll get an alert would be 9:45. See, the earliest one today was 9:46. I'm sorry, 9:35. Okay, that's the earliest you'll get an alert. There are no alerts in the pre-market. Again, how you trade them will be up to you. Look at HUT. I mean, right now, HUT is it looks like this is an all-time high. If you choose to swing it, because if it meets your trading if it meets the way you like to trade, then, it's up to you. We get the question all the time, can Holly be used for swing trading? Well, if this closes well, I mean, it has absolutely no resistance. So, I mean, it's up to you if you choose that you want to swing it. You'll have to place a stop somewhere, of course, like any other trade, but it's up to you. Yeah, so STK 100, I don't know how it works. So you have a current subscription. I don't know how it works. Okay, I don't get too involved in the subscriptions. All I can do, what I demonstrate is for new subscriptions. If you have a subscription right now, and now if you want to upgrade, if you only have a monthly, I can guarantee you that if you want to upgrade to an annual, we can do it. Wow, look at that MGTX. Oh, I mean, there's a classic example. If MGTX met your trading plan to swing something like this, where there's the buy from 2 days ago from the AI, the signal was at, I think, 18 something. Just got to hover over this. Come on. Yeah, so the entry was 1823. That was when the alert happened, 1823. So you're talking a $3 move now. Do they all work like this? Of course not. But if it met your trading plan, and you had to know that MGTX had, all sorts of news in terms of a big upgrade by, I think, was Morgan Stanley or JP Morgan. I always forget, to a 25 level. So I mean that's what I'm sorry. This was a Barron's article. I'm sorry, I'm confusing. This was a Barron's article over the weekend. And so that really put the juice in this stock on Monday. Yeah, I wouldn't pay any attention to a profit target, Chris, at all. Okay, the reason I say that is there is a profit target, but sometimes it's what I would call very unscientific. Understanding that the AI is based on a series of strategies, okay, and they got optimized in the evening, and then ones that made the cut are presented to you the next day. Sometimes there's okay, the strategy gets optimized for a $1 profit or a certain percent, okay, and that's how they get optimized. I would treat each AI alert on its own, though. For instance, this is what I mean. Let's just say that HUT had some kind of I call it an artificial price target. Let's say it had it got in at 12.72. What if the profit target was 50 cents away? Okay, and it was still running, and it got to the 50 cents level. Would you take it out? Why would you take it out if the trade is still working? So I don't pay any attention to profit targets from the AI. Okay, because I don't think they're just not scientific enough, if that makes sense. You know, if I get it, the only reason, and I recommend not auto trading the AI. Okay, if you want to somehow maybe auto trade the entry but manage the exits on your own, okay. I still wouldn't do it. There we go for the artists. Yeah, now that 20 break is huge. All right, guys, I'm just trying to follow. So again, if you understand what I'm saying about profit targets, yes, there's probably a profit target. I don't even know if there were some don't have profit targets. I would just let it. I mean, manage the exits on your own. When you start to see it, I mean, if it's something like HUT that goes from 1272 to 13, that's a nice percentage move. For me, if I were in this trade, I'd be really eyeballing that 13 level. And if it started getting close to that 13 level again, I'd probably take some out. That's just the way I trade. If it held, then I still have some. I mean, this is really interesting still. I mean, if you miss this one, from the AI, but now you're looking at it. I mean, can you just see how it's basing nicely over 13? That if all of a sudden it took a little pop up on volume, if we got a big volume burst again, I mean, this could keep going. I mean, it's at an all-time high, so there's really nothing stopping it in terms of the chart. So it's just, again, understanding how I trade, the PRLD, it did get over 20, but the minute it started getting back to that 20 level, I took some out, and then I'm not in this trade anymore, okay? It was a little bit of a difficult trade because of the spread at the beginning. Okay, so this not the PRLD, I see what's happening. Sorry, guys. Okay, so the artist now, again, the next, in my opinion anyway, I'm sure there's some fib levels that Real is pointing out, but you know, there is the 200-day moving average. I mean, that'd be the fantasy area to get it down to there. Give me a moment here, guys. Just watching the artist. I mean, the minute it starts getting back up to 20, I'm going to take some out. I don't have very much left, but I'm just waiting to see if it can really hold underneath this this 20 level. Just have to pay attention. This is a bit of the challenge trying to moderate and trade at the same time, especially when you're in something that is, you know, very active. Yeah, Wish is still alive. I mean, there's a big bottoming tail. I mean, the sellers took over for a while, but Wish is still alive, and it's coming into that area right there, it's around 630 or so. So that could stall it, but I mean, I don't know if the memers have got a hold of it. I really don't know. Okay, guys, be careful on the artist now. All right, let's talk a little bit about this window here, this big blue window that you see. It's called Brokerage Plus. I'm just going to pop a video or a link to two videos. All right, so this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using a web-based version, not available. Okay. So only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. The link I popped in, or I put into the rooms, there are 2 videos. The short video shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? But please listen carefully. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you can't use this feature. That's all it means. We're a scanner first and foremost, doesn't matter who your broker is, okay? The second video is a lot longer. It's about 26 minutes long. Goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this. Ooh, TRQ, guys. I put an alert here for TRQ. Why? Oops, where did it go? Take a look at TRQ. This could get interesting. In fact, well, there it is. Take a look at TRQ, and why did I put an alert? Look at the room it's got. I waited on this one yesterday. I'm not saying this is going to rip up to this 1569 where that's a 200-day moving average, but you know, now it's trying to break free and maybe start to fill in this void for TRQ. So I was interrupted there. So the second video, again, it's a lot longer. It shows you how you can take more advantage of using this Brokerage Plus window, all the options within it. Okay. Also, as a paper trader, and that's the main focus that I have to when I present this. Simulation trading, paper trading, whatever you want to call it. You'll notice Brokerage Plus, there are 2 options underneath. One is live. Obviously, if you have an IB account or an E-Trade account, that's how you can use this to actually trade. Otherwise, you can use the simulator. Practice trading before you commit money to the market. Okay? I can't emphasize it more. Practice trading before you commit money to the market, like your real money to the market. I'm just paying attention to. So what happened here yesterday, I was showing people how you can take a trade on a pullback, okay? And I left it in overnight. And so it ended up taking the trade this morning, SOFI. Let me show you how you can do something like that. Let's just say, for instance, you wanted to take TRQ, but you don't want to take it right now. You want to take it if it pulls back to, say, 1340. Okay? Show you how you can do something like that. You pick how many shares you want to do this at. I'm going to put 1340 in both boxes, in the price box and the stop box. I'm going to click the buy button, and you'll see a big blue line will appear on the chart right there. So, and that's what happened when I was demonstrating this yesterday with Sophie. I said, okay, let's take Sophie if it pulls back to $20. That's what happened. It pulled back to 20, took the trade at 20.01. So if this one pulls back to 1340, it'll take the trade. Same idea. If I leave this in overnight, and it drops down to 1340, it'll take the trade. Now, if it happens during the day, of course it'll take the trade. But if I leave this in, this is how this is how you can practice on a pullback, okay? That's what a lot of people like to do. They don't like to chase stocks that are making new highs. I'm a momentum trader. It's not that I chase them, but I'm looking for something, you know, a pattern, and you know, how much room does it have and all that sort of stuff. But some people just don't like to do that. They like to take trades if it pulls back to a certain price based on something they're seeing on a chart, maybe a moving average, you know, something like that. So that's how you can practice. Now the next thing is, now let's take a trade, and we're going to talk a little bit about, I think this is just an IPO that just opened, SDIG, Stronghold Digital Mining. I wonder what they do. Just looking at this one. So that is an IPO that just launched, SDIG. I don't know. Let's see what it was priced at. $19 a share, so it's a nice open premium to the $19 a share. Open at 27. Okay, so let's take a trade. Okay, let's take a look at Wish, okay? Let's say you wanted to take Wish right now. You thought, yeah, I like what it's doing. I'm not saying, I'm just showing the mechanics, okay? The mechanics of how you would do it. So, I'm going to take 500 shares of Wish, and the spread is a penny, so I can go right at the market. It's going to buy it at probably 606 or 605. Just looking at, there we go. So there it took the trade at 605. Now I'm going to place a stop. And this is going to be at 584. I'm going to show you why I'm doing this. Whoop, 585. I want to make it 20 cents away from my entry. Not because that's, now, if you're, shoot, I put, well, it doesn't matter. 584, I should have put, in fact, what I'm going to do is just get rid of that. Okay, I'm going to put it back now. Entry price was 605. Okay, there, it's disappeared. Okay. Okay, now you'll see should be close to $100 when you see the red line. There it is, $98.90. Okay, close to $100. So when you get into trading, you know, not every trade is going to work. So how I trade and many others in the room trade, we have a price where we're going to get out of the stock if it's not working. They're not all going to work. So that's called a stop. So you'll notice here, I put my stop at 585. Now, this is why you have to practice trading, because placing stops, you know, I have a certain way I like to do it. You know, I look at a chart, I kind of size up where I think there's a support area, and if it breaks down through that support area, that's where I want to be out of the trade. And I just have to say to myself, okay, it just didn't work, you know, move on. There are other ways of placing stops. You can say, okay, maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle, maybe the low of the previous 15-minute candle, maybe there's a moving average. You know, there's all sorts of different ways to place stops. You have to get comfortable in how you place your stops. That's why you practice. So let's just say you start getting a feel for how you're placing stops, where you're going to get out of a trade. Then that is going to share size you, because again, when you get into trading, I don't take a certain the same amount every trade. How many shares I take will be based on the difference between my entry, 605 here, 5, and my stop. I put that stop on purpose, 20 cents away, to make the math easy. Because the next thing is, okay, if you have a $5,000 account, shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. So in the simulator, I'm always risking the same amount, $100 a trade. So, making the math simple, I get in at 605, my stop is 585, 20 cents away. If I'm going to risk $100 on the trade, I divide 20 cents into 100, I get 500 shares. That's why I took 500 shares. You know how many shares you're going to take, because you're going to know, of course, when you get into the trade, you know where your stop is, so you do a little quick math, divide into how much you're willing to risk, and that'll share size you. Okay? Now, another thing about trading, the way I trade, and I know a lot of others in the room, you should have a bit of a checklist. So in other words, you should be looking for reasons not to take a trade. Maybe the volume's too low, maybe it's not your right price range. You know, there should be a bunch of reasons why you don't take. Now, when I say a bunch, I don't mean you should have 20 reasons on a checklist, otherwise you'll never ever take a trade. But for instance, all of my scans are based on certain things. You know, I know that the price range is going to be okay. I know that the volume is going to be okay. I know the relative volume is okay. Those would be checks that I know I can check because of the scans. So the next thing I'm always doing is, okay, when I see something, okay, how much room does it have? Does it have room to move? So, you know, I can size up something fairly quickly for me that I can either say, yes, I'll take the trade, because again, most of my checks are already checked from my scan. But you should be looking for reasons not to take a trade. And only if you can say yes, yes, yes to a few of your reasons, then you take the trade. But they don't all work. Just because, you think that, the press release, look at Artis as an example, okay? A lot of you, I know, we're looking at that press release this morning, fantastic results, top line phase 3, and you're thinking, well, this has to keep going up. You get into the trade and it starts working against you. Well, I mean, it's going to happen. Just because you think something should happen doesn't mean it's going to happen. So that's why we're always saying, you have a price to get out of the trade, and you can always, listen, if this set up later on the way it set up the first time for you, hey, maybe you get back in. Otherwise, you just move on, okay? Move on, move on, move on. And take that manageable $100 loss, okay, or whatever you're risking on the trade. Now, sometimes it's really hard. Because again, you let your ego, your stubbornness take over. You start thinking to yourself, well, maybe, I know I'm still new to trading. And even if you're not new to trading, there are plenty in this room and they're probably nodding their head. They place a stop, even though they've been trading for potentially years, and they still don't obey it because they think, come on, it's going to come back. And then all of a sudden that manageable $100 loss turns into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally sell. Okay, so that is a real, money management is so key. Okay, so that's my spiel about trade ideas in general, using this window called Brokerage Plus to practice trading. It's part of our standard service. It doesn't matter who your broker is because it's using our real-time data. So practice, practice, practice. If you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money when you when you try to trade your live account, your real account. Okay, forget about it. But unfortunately, even if you can make money in the simulator, there's no guarantee you're going to make money. Once you start trading live, because again, emotions come into it. Quite different, getting in and out of trades in a simulator. All right, guys, just give me a moment here. I'm just trying to find out. Yeah, you always need real-time data. Yes. Now, if you're using IB and you want to use Brokerage Plus, you can't use their light version, which is free commissions. It has to be their pro version, which which charges, the horrendous amount of half a cent a share. But you always need live data from your broker. Okay, whether you're using E-Trade or IB to use this, because you're connecting to your broker, and you're using your broker's. When I talk about in the simulator, it's using our live data, okay, or it's using our data stream. But if you want to trade your account, you need to have live data from your broker, real-time data from your broker. Give me a moment, please. I'm just passing some information on to... So again, Exodus, again, you're talking about using this window to trade your IB account. Okay, yes, you need, but again, if you just want to practice trading, you don't even need a broker. I mean, it's using, if you want to start practicing trading before you even establish who your broker is, you can do it because it's just using our real-time data. Now, here's a word about this, what you're seeing here, okay? Today's profit, max P&L, and distance from exit price. This is a good way to gauge how good are your exits. I'm going to get out of this trade right now, okay? This Sophie trade. These are hotkeys. I'm just showing you how you can do it. Flatten gets you out of a trade. So notice I'm out of the trade, no shares. In the simulator, made $174. The maximum I could have made was $207 if I'd got out right at the top here, okay? Now, so this is going to show me, now, if the max had been 200 and when I got out, it was, I made $50 or worse, I'd lost money. Obviously, that's not good trading, okay? So this can give you a bit of a gauge of how good are my exits. Because now here's the next column, distance from the exit price. So when I get out of a long trade, the next thing I want to see is a big negative number here. Because what that would mean is that where I got out, it's way below, which is, of course, what you want. Okay? So this gives you a bit of a gauge of how good are your exits. I mean, that's not bad. I mean, if this kept moving down and, I made $174 versus the max 207, I mean, that's not bad. You can't expect to get out right at that, the absolute high. So that wouldn't be too bad. Now, the other thing about my stops, and this is, when I'm trading my account, is that, yes, this is a stop I've got, again, as I was just demonstrating how you do this. So if I allowed it to get down to 585, I'd be out $100. Okay, that's what I was risking in the simulator. But I can always get out earlier. My stops are always based, they share size me, and this is the absolute worst I want to do on the trade. But if I don't like the way something is trading, I can always get out earlier. Okay, I mean, that's just, and how am I going to know that? Well, it's a little bit of experience. I'm seeing maybe it's stalling and starting to drift down, takes out 6. I think, you know what? I'm not waiting to get stopped out here. I'm going to take myself out earlier. Listen, if it comes back to the same kind of setup later, I can always get back into the trade. Now, here's another, call it a tip, whatever you want to call it, about how to use the AI, okay? So for instance, look at this one, NXTP, got stopped out, okay? It happens, okay? It got stopped out. There was the stop price, 257. It was actually short. Now, this is maybe not a great example. I'd rather, because I know a lot of people don't want to short. But on the other hand, well, let's see if I can find another one. I want to see if a stock gets stopped out, you can always put a price alert at the original entry. So for instance, let me just see this one. Let's just pretend. Now, here's another thing. Look at HUT, guys. HUT, the alert was at 1272. The AI, in an automated fashion, got out at 1272. Now, how insane is that? Okay? And I'm just trying to hammer the point home down to you that you should manage the exits on your own. I mean, look at this, 1272, and it got up to 1319 from 1272. Now, that's a great percentage move. if you're a trader, you cannot let this happen. Okay, you cannot be in a trade and then let it go right back down to where you bought it and get out for no gain. I'm not saying you'll ever get out right at the absolute high penny, but you've got to be taking some off. You can't allow this to happen. That's why we're always saying, it's sort of a man and machine situation in which the machine is giving you the idea, but you should manage the exits. I know everybody wants to be able to just auto trade the AI, and just say, I want to turn all the strategies on in the morning, and then at the end of the day, count my money. I'm sorry, it just doesn't work that way. You can practice auto trading it in the simulator if you want. You turn all the strategies on and see what happens. You can practice it. So what I was going to say is, let's take a look at, let's just say that HUT really starts to drop again. I would rather see it got stopped out, at 12:02 or something. But what you can do now is you can put a price alert back at that original entry. But let's just say this really started to sink. It got down to 12:40. So you set a price alert. At that level, at the, it's going to trigger right away. I'm hoping to get a better example later on. Because just because the AI gets stopped out of a trade doesn't mean that it was the wrong idea. It might have been early. Okay, it just might have been a little bit early. The idea was still good, the setup was still okay, but it just might have been a little bit early. So you set a price alert for the original entry and see if it triggers later on. It could happen later on today, it could happen the next day or the day after. It may never happen, but at least you'll know about it. That's a way to use the AI for in a swing trading mode. Larry, no, you can't. We're not good in mobile right now. Okay. Your next handle should be starving for attention, Vicky. All right, guys, I'm just keeping an eye. You have to know I'm in the short of the TCRR every time I keep putting these price alerts in. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am now back. And by the way, I am really enjoying. I've added to a lot of my scans now. Just the 10-day below the 10-day. You know, I took yours and of course I adjusted it to kind of my style. But and it's funny, I'm not taking too many on the long side, but certainly on the short side. And it's the old adage, you know, the drop is usually more than the run. So yeah, it's on my homepage. Um, it's just called the 10-day breakdown. Okay. Well, I adjusted it. I mean, Real gave it to us a couple of weeks ago. Okay, and I just took it to adjusted it to my style of trading. That's all. Like a price range. I think I added a minimum volume. I think I added a relative volume. So it's there. It's called the 10-day daily breakdown and the 10-day daily breakout. Okay. It's funny though. I'm not using the breakout nearly as much as the breakdown. One of the reasons, oh my goodness, look at this. I mean, this has just been fantastic. It took a little while, okay, the TCRR, but you know, I mentioned it right off the bat this morning. But one of the reasons is because a lot of these are approaching lifetime lows. From you know, when it's a 10-day daily breakdown, it seems to also be approaching lifetime lows. Whereas the 10-day daily breakout, not necessarily all-time high. So there's just a difference. Look at this. I mean, this has just been awesome. Took a little bit of time here, you know, it was sort of bopping around this area. But just to give you an idea, the original alert happened at 7:58. This is what I'm talking about right there. There's the original alert, and you know, it wasn't early. It was at 45 minutes after the market opened. There it was, 7:58. So it only U.S. market and to some extent the Canadian market. Okay, with a caveat. I'm a Canadian. I don't trade the Canadian stocks at all, but it's in essence. I mean, it's a U.S. market. I can show you. I can paste something in that'll show you what it does with the Canadian market. But if you're new to trading before you do anything else. First of all, I don't know if you have trade ideas, but if you don't have trade ideas, that's okay. You can go to my homepage. And I'll pop the link in right now. Okay, so when you go to my homepage, one of the sections, you click on that link there, one of the sections is an education section, okay? Now, if you don't have trade ideas, you know, you can bypass all this. Here's a great user guide, some introductory lessons. But if you're new to trading, I would encourage you to take a look at this section right here called Back to Basics, okay? And if you're brand new to trading, you can't get any more brand new than starting off with what is a stock, okay? So this is a nice little video series. They're short videos. I would encourage you to watch all of the videos to get an idea about what trading is all about before you did anything else. And that's free. Oh yeah, it definitely. I have IBL. I have IB, Interactive Brokers in Canada. Yes. If I can make a recommendation, I would absolutely go with IB. I mean, I've had them now for almost 5 years. Listen, there are some people that don't like it. I mean, is the charting the most beautiful in the world? No, but I don't use them for charting. But if you're looking for a solid, reliable broker that has never failed me in terms of outages or anything like that in 5 years, I think very good execution. Um, then I think IB, and for a broker that does not necessarily specialize in having a lot of shorts, for me, it's got plenty of shorts available if you're into shorting for the majority of things that I look at. Yes, Zach will say no, but that's okay. I don't work for IB, but I'm very happy with IB in 5 years. Some people will complain about their customer service. I guess I'm one of the lucky ones. I had to call them in my first week. I've never had the occasion to call them again. So there's that. Well, you're one of the only ones that is going to say IP's customer service is superb, but it's really not that complicated. I mean, it really isn't. Once you get the order entry, I mean, I don't complicate it at all. I just have an order entry screen. I've got I have time and sales, and I haven't made a change in 5 years to my layout. Okay, you guys are talking about Twitter. What's happening with Twitter? Pinterest? Oh yeah, so they're all. So there's Pinterest getting almost right into that 200-day moving average. That would have been a nice short from up here as it was approaching that 200-day moving average. All right, guys. Well, listen. I mean, I'm just delighted about the TCRR trade. The Artis, I'm out of it now, and earlier on the PRLD. This was a bit of an anomaly for me today because I actually had three at the same time. Yeah, Trade Ideas is a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is. It's not. It's got nothing to do with interactive brokers, other than the fact that we have a way in which you can actually trade from within Trade Ideas using this window called Brokerage Plus. You don't have to, and link it to your IB account. Okay, it's just a feature, but we're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. And you always need real-time data. If you want to practice trading, though, using our simulator, it's using our real-time data. But if you want to trade using a broker, you have to get your real-time data from your broker. Does that make sense? So we're getting real-time alerts here. These are real-time alerts. So for instance, I don't use Brokerage Plus to trade. So what happens is, and the reason I don't is because I'm demonstrating simulation trading using this, and I'm not going to try to toggle back and forth between my real account and a simulated account. You got to pay a lot of. If you're trading, you've got to pay attention. So bottom line is, when I get an alert and I want to trade it, I'm trading from within my Interactive Brokers platform. And so one of the things we've got is what's called an external linking tool, and we link with many brokers. Linking is just a time saving deal because what happens is when I click on an alert, it'll load into my broker's platform, and from there I trade it. Have I confused you? Okay. If you're starting out, I mean, it can be, I mean, one of the nice things about the simulator is that you can, what's going on here? Just give me a moment here. It's like the linking is not working. Just give me a moment here. Okay. One of the nice things about the simulator, even if just to practice trading, yes, but just the mechanics of, hitting a big buy button or a sell button if you're shorting, just to get used to, it can be a harrowing experience the very first time you take a trade. So even if you're not using Brokerage Plus this window, but you're using, from within your broker, hit that big buy button. It can be a bit of a harrowing experience the very first time or the very first few times. So at least this gives you a little bit of the mechanics. It's all one system now, Chris. It's we're completely turfing the idea of a Neo and 2.0 and Grail. So I always say, don't. I'm not just talking to you specifically, but uncomplicate everything. Don't worry about what the differences are. You notice here now, for instance, if you click on the dock channel bar, you'll notice it just says Trade Ideas AI. It doesn't have it differentiated between Neo 2.0 and Grail. This is a nice idea, but I never saw the need for it, to be honest. So I don't care. I just don't care. I just want to show me the alerts, and I can make up my mind if I want to trade them or not. That's the best way I can explain it. All right, guys. Well, I'm just kind of waiting on this. Now, this is maybe an interesting one also. But you see, look at the difference. So that FNKO did show up on the 10-day breakdown, but look left. Nowhere near the same amount of room when you look at a TCRR. Okay, I mean, hopefully you guys can see the difference here. When you look left, there's nothing stopping it for a while. Okay, when you look left on with the Funko, FNKO, come on. Yes, it's a 10-day daily breakdown, but look left, there could be some support not that far away. All right, Randy, you are permanently banned. Okay, just just don't post stuff like that. You're gone. Bye. Now they're coming back in with AQST, going to the moon, blah blah blah. This is in our YouTube room. You want to lay out, a reason why AQST, why it might be interesting, etc. That's fine, okay? But don't come into, this is in the YouTube room, but you don't come into these rooms and say, this is going to $15 by a certain date. That's a lot of BS. We have very few rules in the room, but one of them, and the room is so good that way. We don't have a lot of people coming in and posting nonsense. Yeah, okay, so it's on my home page. It's on my home page. It's not a separate link. It's on my home page, which I will post again. Okay, and if you're in the main trading room, that my link is available all day long. There's my homepage link or tab, and so when you click on it, there's the link. Okay, but I did post it. I did post it in here. No, it's the. I mean that's good if you're a Trade Ideas subscriber. Okay, so the intro. So go to the education section. Yes. So this is good once you become a subscriber. I mean you can take a look at this to show you, it just goes over what some of the basic features are. But what I was talking about is scrolling down to the bottom here. You said you're new to trading. This is it, the back to basics. Okay? Yeah, no time frame at all. I don't George. I'm sorry, I probably mispronounced your name, but no time frame at all. We get the question quite a bit. When will Brokerage Plus be available with TD Ameritrade? No time frame. It's being worked on, but it's been worked on for months. It's an API issue, so I cannot say, when or if. Well, I did see SYTA in the pre-market. I don't think I really mentioned it. I did see it. You're talking about the warrants, of course. I did see it, the big pop up here, but I think what happened is, as I was getting prepared to talk about things, I just saw this drop. I said, you know what? It's another one of these ones that just fade. Little bio. Is it a bio? Actually, it's not even a bio. Interesting. Now, how this got. Let me just see something here. So let me just see something here on the SYTA, see if there is actually some news on it. Yeah, the only thing, yeah, I mean, there was yesterday, Maxim Group keeps their buy rating on it, and I don't know if they put a price target. Yeah, look at Bito, guys. This is the crypto ETF that launched yesterday, BITO. I guess there's something in my. You're probably right, Becca. It still says it's not available for me to trade at in Interactive Brokers, so it must be some kind of a. I don't know what. I really don't know. It doesn't. I don't really care that much, but because if I really wanted to, I could always trade GBTC. It's doing the same thing, so I don't know what the difference is. Well, yeah, but I mean, there's this overhang of horrible news for AVIR, of course. I mean, listen, can it bounce back at some point? Do you take? I don't. You say they've got $850 million in cash. So I mean, they're probably not going to go out of business, but Also, their phase 3 that they were planning to do this year is delayed to next year. So I mean, there's all sorts of negative overhang on this one. It got down to I think 950 or so in the pre-market yesterday. But if you're asking me for a recommendation because of the cash they have on hand, I'm not a financial advisor, so I can't say yes, I think it's a good deal, you should take it now. But if you want to watch it for a while, see if it can shake out of this area, put a price alert or something. But right now, there's so much negative sentiment on this, and I think another broker, one of the bigger ones, put another sell recommendation on it. So I'd be in no rush. The TCC, well, okay, $7 for me. The whole number is probably going to be a bit of a struggle to get through. But when you look at the weekly chart, you don't see anything really. I mean, I have to go back to this month here. Excuse me, this is April of last year, and the low was 640. If I broke this weekly chart out a little bit more, these are the lows right there. So I mean, it still has a way to go, but 7 could stall it. But if you look at a chart, excuse me, I think the next lows are around that 640 level, which is exactly why I loved it. The stock can go from 750 to 7. That's a great percentage move, and in a relatively smooth manner. I mean, it wasn't quite as smooth as I wanted it to be, but once it got rid of this area right there, look at the move down. All right, 11:47. So I do believe. All right, I just want to confirm that it is Steve. I'm going to be in our YouTube room when I take my break. What's the deal with CYN? Okay, so it's an IPO priced at 750, opened at 8. That's all nothing more I can add to that. Don't know who's behind it. Just for fun, let's see who is behind that one. It's such a cheap IPO. I can't imagine any of the heavyweights are behind it, but let's just take a look. So autonomous vehicles, okay, and who's behind it? I don't know. Aegis Capital. So it's, 3.5 million shares. So that's the good news. 3.5 million shares. So, listen, if it gets back up over that, the $8 at some point with that float, anything could happen. But there's, it's where are they out of? So they're out of California. Well, Reddit, I'm not in this anymore, but this is looking more interesting to me again. But I'm taking my break pretty soon, so I don't think I can take this one on the short. But Redis is looking interesting again, especially it takes out that low right there. I mean, there was a brief glimmer of hope for those of you who, well, hopefully did get trapped, because there's no such thing as being trapped, right? There's no such thing, because we all have stops, right? I don't want to hear how I got trapped in this one. Now I'm. Yeah, so you're talking about the 100 new highs, right, Vicky? Okay, I just confirmed that it is Steve in our YouTube room today, taking over for me between 12 and 1. Let's take a look at the trade of the week, see what it's doing. I don't think it's doing too much. I know the trigger was 4. It did trigger, but it's really not doing too much. But you can see why. But energy play, energy was kind of getting more robust. Today is not a good day for it. But it's still hanging in there, has not hit the stop. But you can ask him about the trades of the week and how he comes up with them. Okay, so the float is the available number of shares that can be traded. No, I will not do my cul-de-sac, don't worry. So let's take a look at, what's a low floater? Give me a low float. Come on, guys, give me a low float stock. Thank you. Of course. I should have realized that. Okay, so that 1.96 million, that is the float. So typically, this is what the float is. All stocks, of course, have a number of shares outstanding. You'll see the shares outstanding. So if you looked at a Facebook, for example, they'll have a certain number of shares outstanding, and then you start subtracting what all the C-suiters own, okay? The CEO, the CFO, all the insiders, and probably some big mutual funds, because typically those shares cannot be traded on a daily basis. So you take the shares outstanding, you subtract all of that, and you get what's called the float. The float is sort of on a day-to-day basis the available number of shares that can be traded. So now for me personally, anything under 20 million is what I would call a low float situation. But because people ask, well, what is a low float? Well, it really depends on what you're used to trading. If you're used to trading Facebook with 2.37 billion in the float, you might think 100 million is low, okay? But I digress. So let's go back to the HUT. So go back to the HUT, not the HUT, HX, sorry. So that is a very, very low float. You know, that's 2 million shares in the float. So when a stock, you'll notice it's traded 10 times, 10 million. So it is traded the float over about 5 times, a little over 5 times, okay? Now, that, just consider this is the supply, and then if for whatever reason, now today's not a good day for this one, but on other days, like yesterday when it went from 6 to whatever it was a huge percentage increase. You'll never see Facebook up 30 or 40 or 50% in a day unless something extraordinary happens, okay? But when you get some of these smaller stocks with low floats, that's when you see some of these insane percentage moves in the day, because they have low supply and then for whatever reason, high demand. You know, the demand is high. Maybe it's a press release, maybe some, you know, traders are just getting a hold of it. And so when you get this low supply and high demand, that's when you can get the crazy, crazy, insane moves. But the other way works too. All of a sudden, when the demand dries up and you've got this low float, the stock can sink faster than it goes up. Okay, so that is in essence what the float is all about. So yeah, you'll hear us talk about the float a lot, because that is what can really move a stock. If it's a very low float, that can move it up and it can move it down. Not for everybody, okay, because these are very, let's say, difficult trades. But why is this happening? Symbol linking was not checked here for some reason. Okay. Okay, is that a reasonable explanation? So how you make it in trading decisions, I mean, if you're looking for the wild and woolly ones, and if you're brand new to trading, probably not the way to go. But if you're looking for the ones that are probably going to be, you know, volatile and with a lot of action, then yeah, low float stocks will give you that. But if you're looking for something a little more steady, and we're not going to have wild gyrations during the day, then a higher float normally will give you that look. Thousand homes. Come on, I only said 100. All right, guys, so I'm just going to put the notice in. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up in our YouTube room, and then I'll take my break. And I will put the link in for our YouTube room so that you can head over there if you want to listen to Steve for between 12 and 1. Ah, that's why. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so now I'm going to, I don't know how the symbol linking came off, but it did. I don't know if you guys can hear me. All right, somehow the room got shut down for me, and hopefully you guys can hear me right now as I'm going to take my break, so I don't have to figure out what went wrong. Okay, and you can see the screen too? Really? Okay, something, I hope the server, not our server, but the, It's not our server. Okay. I'm going to have to contact the developer of the room. Hopefully that was just a brief blip. Well, I'm waiting for Steve to tell me that he's in. I haven't got a message that he's in yet. So you're telling me I can't. I don't exit until I know Steve's there. Steve. See, if I stop, I'm talking to people on YouTube. If I stop my YouTube stream before I know 100% that he's in, we lose everybody. So I'm just waiting for a post from him to let me know that he's in the room. Okay, there you are. Okay, Steve, I'll stop now. Have a great time for your 1 hour.
All right. Hello, everybody. I was on mute there for a moment. Let me make sure you can see and hear me. It looks like you can. All right. Welcome to my desktop. Happy Wednesday. Oh, let's get my Illustrator pen going. Gotta have that. All right. Great. All right. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Welcome to the We're Giving Barry a Break afternoon support session here, where a different one of us every day will pop in and help give you guys a different set of eyes and ears to how to use the program. All right. Hello, Grant. Hello, David. Where there's no stop in this market. Quick recap here. I was talking, well, I wasn't talking about it, but I took really strong notice of that day right there. That day we came back and spiked off lows and the spiders and put a big bottoming tail in above a curling 10 moving average there. It was kind of a warning shot across the bow for people to not be too short this market. And then, of course, a giant reversal day. And I had been mentioning, whether it was the S&Ps or the Qs or whatever, this 50-day moving average is critical of importance to me in terms of the general health of a stock or any index. And you can see on that day back there, it stopped and closed at the 50-day, proceeded to gap right through it, hold the close again, and it's just not looking back. So this is a juggernaut market. I fully anticipated we would be seeing a test of the 200. But I'm just going to say it, you cannot fight this Fed. This Fed is doing everything possible to make sure that asset prices stay inflated. So you don't have to like it, but you just got to accept that that is the market environment we are in, and that is the price action we do have to work with. Not much longer before we're going to be flirting here with prior all-time highs there in the S&P. NASDAQ fought a little harder to get through the 50, but it's now spending its third day trading decisively above the 50-day moving average. So any caution flags that were raised by myself or anybody else down here, at the time, that was a bit messy. That was a bit concerning. But the price action just finds and fights its way back through. And, the market is back to, hey, let's look for longs. Let's look for some long ideas. Because going short, at least shorting the indexes, is very hard. There's some individual names out there that I'm sure that are doing okay if you're good and adept at short selling. But nonetheless, whatever you guys want to talk about, we can talk about. Be right back. I'm going to grab a thing of water. All right, I'm back. Barry's probably putting down his smoothie. Smoothie time for Barry. I noticed the IWM was starting to make noise again, and that would make sense if what I just went through, the SPY and the Q, are looking bullish again. Well, then maybe the coast is clear for small cap, and this is the IWM, the Russell 2000. Very strong little 4 or 5 day pattern there. What do I mean by that? Well, it gapped up, kind of came in, and horseshoe U pattern back up. Above all moving averages, breaking out of a wedge. I think you got to be very bullish small cap stocks. Now, we are also heading into the seasonal aspect of small capville. Traditionally, through Thanksgiving holiday, Black Friday, and all that, even into Christmas, many times the small caps, they have a good time. Let's go back and check what they did last year during that period of time. That period of time would be right here. The seasonal, the holiday. I mean, we're right about here in 2021 right now. So you could see that seasonally, into November, December, the small caps enjoy that time of year. I don't know why it is. But maybe that's starting to heat up again. Definitely an early warning system. Now, when we zoom out on this IWM, this has been extremely frustrating for anybody who is looking for momentum to continue. If you didn't take your profits quickly, or if you weren't buying the low end of the range and selling the high end of the range, you weren't doing that well. But that can always change. And I'll tell you what, when we look at this, the more I look at this IWM, the more I'm liking it. Small caps. The way this 200-day moving average came up and kind of forced the issue there of that 9-month sideways trading action. For the most part, we can see that 200-day moving average kind of shored up the bid and squeezed that range play into more of a squeezed wedge play, if you see what I'm talking about there. And so this is extremely bullish, okay? If you got a lot of small cap names out there that you've been watching, well, if this continues, that's going to be good news for the next coming weeks, because seasonally small caps do very well. All right. Any questions on the software? Any charts you want me to look at? Anything you want to talk about? Somebody's talking about IQ moving from an alert. Okay, looks like this is an AI alert. All right, so it doesn't look bad at all, first blush. Looking at the daily chart, it got hung up at the 50, pulled back, found some support at the 20, and yesterday posted its first close above the declining 50. I've talked a lot about this, a lot of charts out there with this declining blue 50-day moving average on an individual name basis. And when the bounce comes up to it, a lot of times they get thrown right back down into their downtrend. But what we need to see is an attempt to close above. It tried there, had to pull back, but 2 or 3 days of closings above a declining 50-day moving average is a very good first sign for a first start for moving out of a downtrend. Shift over to the intraday. So we're coming off of a nice decisive close and a move yesterday in IQ. Let's zoom in a little bit and let's start talking about what I usually talk about. So it's an AI trade. First thing I would do is I would just get rid of the suggested stop that the AI is pointing out there. And we want to have momentum continue on this trade. So here's our 10-period simple moving average. And as you can see, it held the price up about 30, 45 minutes ago maybe, after the original signal, went a little bit red, pulled back, found support right there at that 10 SMA, okay? That's what I look at. And now it's blasted back through the initial buy price and we're into a green profitable trade. This line needs to become your risk management line. Not this, not the AI suggested, the human discernment of real-time nuanced data coming at us. Every new candle that draws gives us a new perspective on that momentum line that I call it. 10 SMA. So we could have 3 or 4 candles of nice movement, and then you could get a nice day trade out of that. If it decides it doesn't want to go and it's going to run out of steam shortly, well, then that candle will roll over and close below. Again, not a trade, but a close below the rising 10 SMA here on my 15-minute chart. That would signal to me that the momentum is in fact dying off. And so that would be more likely what I would use as a stop to get out of the trade. Maybe you make money, maybe you flat the trade, maybe you take a small loss, but you're not taking a bigger loss down here. Because the AI suggested stops, they're just suggested. They're based off of statistical probability and back testing. We as humans are much better at gauging the information as it comes and develops in real time and adjusting our risk models accordingly. Something else I was going to say. Yes. So if this thing does get going today, let's look left on the daily chart here. I see, excluding that wick over there, if I draw that horizontal line, that corresponds to kind of a pivot point, okay? Close that day. Close to the close that day. Close, resistance. So this level, whatever that level may be, it looks like around, we'll call it 1020. I would say that would be a good upside price target. So if you're in IQ and the AI has suggested it, nothing wrong with maybe even throwing it out now. Offer to sell half of my position at 1018, 1019, somewhere in the team. Actually, it looks like more like 1015 actually. So you could throw that order out and anticipate. That's how I like to do things. Pilots have to fly the plane and be 5 miles ahead of the nose cone. You can't get behind when you're flying a plane. So the same thing can come into play. You could be looking at this and going, great, hey, when this thing reaches up and touches 1015, I'm going to sell half. Well, if you've made that decision now, why not just put it out there? Because you could get up and get a drink, go to the bathroom, look at something else. Before you know it, it spiked up and it pulled back and you missed that window of opportunity. So I like to put limit orders to sell at new highs that make sense on the daily chart. And in this case, that pivot level of 1017-ish, we'll call it, makes a lot of sense to try and get some sells off. So back to our 15-minute time frame, as long as we're still above our moving average here, we just got to let this thing marinate. Let it bake. See if we can get a nice push, because you guys have all seen it. Sometimes those pushes will come out of nowhere and a big volume spike. And, whether it was a short seller covering with a fat finger or a bunch of people fear of missing out buying, you want to be prepared and have yourself presented ahead of time. Once you've decided that you would be willing to take profits there, don't wait for it. Stick it out there and participate and let somebody reach up and buy it from you. So yeah, not a bad chart, Grant. And it looks like I said, it looks like it came from the AI there. All right. What else? Dev G, any thoughts on Penn Gaming? Well, Dave Portnoy's probably pretty happy for the most part. It's up. Actually, Dave Portnoy was a lot more happier back here. So in the bigger scheme of things, the long-term 40,000 foot view, I see a really nice basing pattern in this name. Okay, so there's that. Zooming in a little bit, we've had a couple days of movement and we've created a lot of separation on the price action from these moving averages, which are constructive. They're turning constructive. They're turning up and crossing back up above the 50. Where we go from here, I would expect maybe a little consolidation here. And then as these price moving averages come up, this thing could be a really nice setup. If you do see it going back and forth for 2 or 3 more days and it touches one of these moving averages coming up underneath it, that could be another, like a 2.0 setup for a swing trade maybe early next week, perhaps. But once they've gone, we've gone from 72 to 82, went 10 points there. Got to give a little back, and you can give it back in price, or you can give it back over time. So like I said, ideally, it just kind of squeezes sideways and stays just under 80, and this moving average comes up, and all of a sudden you've got a wonderful inflection point there to take another position. Or stay in the position you're in right now, but just understand that if you're a swing trader and you're not going to take profits here, you just might have to sit a couple days. Patience is a virtue as a swing trader every single time. Sometimes it takes a couple days to get the trade going. Sometimes it takes a couple of days to get the trade to finish where you want it. All right, hi, I'm using TI platform during the test drive. I don't see Holly AI channel on the list. Okay, so we've got on our channel bar, if you go to new and open a new channel bar, this is what the Trade Ideas channel looks like now. So you may have seen it in the past iteration where we had 3 different segments on 3 different channels. For many reasons, we've just consolidated them all and put them all on this channel. I'm not going to click on it, but if I clicked on that channel, that would take us to the AI layout, and you would have everything kind of there for you already created in a layout format. So that's where you'll find that. Do I have any recommendations for oversold on the RSI for daily charts? A scan. Oversold on the RSI. Let's see. Trying to think. Let me look at something here. Let me look at a couple of old scans that I've got that are kind of reversals, and if they're using any RSI. Bouncers was one of them, but it's more of a day trade. I'll open that one. And then, oh, there's nothing on there today. That's funny. And then washout bounce. We might be able to add some RSI to it. And I assume when you say RSI, you're talking about daily RSI. So we'll take a look at that. Let's look at this one first. I call this one the washout bounce. It usually likes things that have cleaned out in the morning. Perfect. Washed out in the morning. First candle's red down on the day, and then a nice pop-up. There's that bottoming tail I mentioned. If I go back to the SPY, when I first started speaking with you guys, I mentioned that candle got my attention. That one right there. Why? Because of that reversal. Just like this candle right here for a few days got the attention of the buyers, a reversal came subsequent to that. So we call those bottoming tails, bottoming wicks. And this scan kind of looks for it. Let's see if there's any RSI component in there. If there isn't, we can always add it. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so I don't have anything. So what I'm saying is here is we could take this and try to add your RSI condition to it. Let's just see. I'm just curious how many have come out today. All right, a lot of names today, okay? And let's just randomly stick a couple here, like that one, Jack, Netflix. Okay, so the daily RSIs in these are probably not that, probably pretty good in that one for a low RSI. So we've got a lot of names we could play with here, and we're going to certainly shrink the list when I go back into configure and say, let's play with RSI a little bit. So I'll ask you then, Robert, what RSI level reading would you like to see on the daily? So we'll do RSI, we'll grab daily, we'll add that filter, and we'll add that filter to this mix and see if we can find some things that are doing those reversal candles, the washout bounce as I call it, but doing it on charts that aren't trending up necessarily, but maybe charts that have been beaten up a little bit and have some oversold RSI to them. So I'll just wait and hear from you on what you think a good value would be, and then we'll make that our maximum value. I'm going to guess maybe 20, because anything under 20 or 25 is usually considered oversold. So if we just put 25 in there, we could start with that. Sometimes 20, sometimes 25. Let's see what 25 gives us. 25 gave us nothing. It took away all of our trades today. So that one little filter really did a number on it. But your question is, how can I use RSI? This is really the setting that you want. A daily RSI, it's oversold under 20, under 25, 20, whatever you want to call it. So if we maximize our filter at 20, it's only going to show us those things. So it doesn't sound like it's really pairing up nicely to this particular scan. So I'm going to close that. And actually, no, I need to go back and change that, the configuration, pull that out of there. Yeah, let's pull that out of there. Let's try something else. So let's say that bouncers isn't working either. Let's say you just want to do a simple new high, stocks making new high. So we'll go to new alert. we've already got our new high in there. Our specific filters, we've already got, we'll just close those. We'll leave volume today in there, relative volume, we can turn that off, and 1 minute and 5 minute volume, we can turn that off. But we could say, show me stocks making new highs with the RSI daily. Let's really crank this down. Let's say the RSI is no more than 15. So these are really oversold charts. So these are stocks that are going to be making new highs today. They've done at least 300,000 shares of volume, but their daily charts are very much oversold. We will definitely get something here. All right, our first one that came through here is GRTX. Okay, we can see it's extremely oversold on the daily. It did make a high earlier, but it's not really going anywhere. Let's look at the history for today. A lot of GRTX, and that's all we really got. Okay, so maybe that's telling us that filter might be a bit too aggressive at 15. Let's go back to our original thought of 25. And all of a sudden, we've got a brand new name in there. Hey, there we go. So maybe this, Robert, is more what you're thinking about. Here's a stock, ATUS, that's oversold. The RSI is pretty darn low. What is the RSI? We don't even know. So what we could do is we could add a column here. If I don't have RSI on my single stock window, which I don't, we could just say, let's go to configure and let's add RSI. Since RSI is a filter, it should be in the mix here. Daily RSI, there it is. Highlight that column and show that column. And what's the reading? Okay, 23. So a stock like ATUS is giving us a daily RSI reading of 23. Remember, we maxed it out at 25. Let's see what else we got today. ATUS, RVNC came through earlier. Okay, so RVNC was making new highs on an oversold daily chart. ATUS again. GREE is another one. Okay, maybe don't sell this one out yet. It's still kind of hanging in there. Here's another name that came through earlier, RELY, making highs. So I'm going to go ahead and put this back on real time, Robert, and I will share this with you and anybody else that wants it by just right-clicking and saving it to the cloud and sharing it, copying it, and then I can paste it. Let's do this the right way. It's breaking out on volume doesn't really tell the story of what we just did. Oversold, making new highs. That kind of tells us more about what this scan does. All right, so let's resave that with a new title. And I've copied it. Now I can send that out. So oversold, making new highs. And there is the cloud code for anybody who wants it there in the chat window. I assume Robert might want something like that. That would be how I would approach things that are overextended. You know, in the other scan that I was showing you, the washout bounce, I was trying to get too tricky with the shape of the candle and things like that. So that's a real good starting point right there, I think. All right, let me scroll back because I think I missed a few. All right, Yuri. Using TI platform. Oh, yeah, we did that one. Okay. Sorry. And there's Robert RSI. Oh, so that was your first. Let's check in on that one, Grant IQ. The first Holly AI suggested trade that Grant has taken is working the way we would want it. Our 15-minute is intact. There's no candles closing below the rising 10 SMA. Looking left, we are getting slowly inching closer to a profit target level. What is the AI showing for profit target on this one? I can't even see because it's so far up there. So I'm suggesting the profit target might be a little. I'm guessing the profit target for the AI is probably up here, looking at that one. That's my guess. But I'd say there's nothing wrong with selling half here. And if you could sell half there and it does want to go higher, well, then you might want to sell more right there on the prior high of that candle. But so far, so good. I'm glad that's working for you. Again, I will just reiterate, you know, when you're a new trader, the first big dilemma you have is, what do I trade? How do I know what to trade? When do I trade it? That's just the first step, right? And so there's 8,000 different names out there. You can just get your head spun sideways with all these blinking lights and symbols coming through. What the AI can do is it can slow things down for you and say, hey, based on statistical probability, we think that a good purchase of this IQ took place right here at 981, and that's the value. If you don't want to be a thinker, you can wait for the AI to get out of the trade and make its exit. But I'm telling you, this little simple method that I preach every week is going to give you much better returns than the AI. The AI could see like a quick down red candle right here for 10 cents and get spooked out and flat the trade, and by the end of the day it's gone higher. So staying in moderate mode means you're going to work together with the AI and let it moderate, and you're going to determine when to get out. Oh good, REI is going to highs. That's the trade of the week. I've got some thoughts on that too. But let me get through your questions first. Would you be able to go through creating a channel and saving your layout on that channel? Yes, you can create what's called a custom channel. Okay. These two up here are custom. So let's just say I've got my layout here, all right, and I like what I'm seeing, and everything is where it's supposed to be. So I'm going to come up here. I'm going to say File, Save to the Cloud. Here's the big key right here. Here's the big step. Entire layout. Click. All right, now all my windows have been selected for the cloud code of this layout. Entire layout. Step 2, save and share. Copy, because we're going to copy this with the channel bar. So I've saved my layout. I've saved it to the cloud. I've copied it. Now when we go to the channel bar, you got the little gear wheel right there. You click on that, and we would do edit custom channel. Okay, if I wanted to add a brand new channel, I could click that channel, and then I drop and paste. I paste what I saved, the cloud code. When I saved my layout, I'm pasting it into, say, I want to call it a new channel. I want to give it the Bruce Lee look. I want to, all that. So I'm not going to click OK because it'll create a brand new channel. But once you click OK, it'll give you the top square will always be your custom. You can see there's a little line right there that kind of divides it between the pre-canned one. So I'm assuming Chris McKay, it's funny we've got an employee here named Chris McKay as well. I'm sure you've seen that. That is what I'm assuming your question is. Would you be able to go through creating a channel and saving your layout? Yep, that's what we call a custom channel. I'm going to do one more thing here. Let's see. Let me go to, hang on one second. I'm going to find my main link here. All right, so for those that are not aware, we have the new user guide. It's literally only about a week old, and hundreds of hours went into creating this. So we could come down to user's guide and just go to the toolbar, and notice on the toolbar you've got all the chapters. Well, for your question, Chris McKay, we could just go custom, search custom, premium custom, channel bar custom channel. All right, so there would be more of what I just basically went through. So I'll just give you the full, let's do the full link. I'll drop that in there, the user guide. For anybody who may not have been aware, we've got a user guide now. Very easy to use and navigate. So basically what I just showed you is on there too as well, Chris. How do you set up a real-time data subscription in Trader Workstation? Kurt, you got to contact them, and I believe it's, gosh, I can't remember. It's like a subscription. It's around $10 a month, and it includes Amex, NASDAQ, and NYSE. And you do it through them, through their help desk. And it's just it's a small monthly live data fee, but it is required so that their side is speaking to our side on Brokerage Plus, and everybody's on the same page. I don't know exactly where it is on their site. I would just contact their support. I can ask somebody if they've got a link over here, and if I get that link, I can drop it for you. Hang on one second. We'll let that sit and come back to that one. Kurt. Let's see if they come back to me on that. All right, catching up here. All right, Josh McCoy, in the TI simulator, I've been running long strategies, but I keep ending up in short positions. Why would this be happening? Is it possible that you've got more than one sell order out there, like you're hitting a stop, but you still have a sell order, or you sell the position and you still have a sell order? That's usually going to be the case. If you're, I mean, let's see here. Hang on one second. So, strategy tab. Okay, so this is where you would be on your strategies. Let's say if I wanted my jam down and buy strategy, which is a long strategy, obviously you know how to turn that on. We would right click and we would enable that to change that from off to on. But you just need to make sure, double check. I mean, it's so obvious. I'm sure you've probably done that, but double check that your direction is in the right direction so that the initial trade is going in the direction you want it to. If the initial trade is going in the direction you want it to, and then you're selling it, and then you're winding up with an extra short position, there's probably an extra sell order in there somewhere that's not being canceled. It's much easier to diagnose when you do the following, and I'm going to show you. I'm going to suggest that if it keeps happening to you, or if my explanation didn't satisfy, that you will go to info@trade-ideas.com and just let us know that you've sent the log files, because we need to look at the log files of what's happening in your simulator to see why a fill is not doing what you expect it to do. And usually that's the quickest way we can find the answer. So all you do is you come up to help, all right, and send files to support. I'm not going to click that, because if I did, it would send all of my trading files today to our support team. So what I'm suggesting to you is do that, and then send us an email saying, hey, I just sent you guys an email. I just sent in my files. Here's my problem. I'm on the trading simulator, and it seems like my long strategies are winding up going short. Give us as much detail as you can, Josh, and then we can look at the logs and see exactly what's happening and then get back to you. So hopefully that makes sense. I have a stop loss and a timed exit. That very well could be the problem. If you've got two exits, whether one's a timed exit and the other's a stop loss, one might not be canceling the other. Experiment with not using both of those and see if that still happens. If it does still happen, then go ahead and send in the log files with an email to let us know we need to take a look at it. All right, catching up here, catching up. Robert, all right. 19. Is it possible to have pre-market and momentum filters at the same time? The pre-market is difficult because you're talking about momentum and Momo, and those are the filters that, like relative volume and volume in 5%, 1 minute volume and 5 minute volume in percent. Those are typically filters that are only going to work in the regular hours. So most people have their pre-market scanners segmented from their regular market scanners. The pre-market scanners, there's only a few filters that are going to work. And if you're going to do a brand new scan for pre-market, the first thing you need to type in is pre-market. Okay, pre-market high. You're not going to see a pre-market high unless you use this. If you use new high, that's a regular session new high. So if you want to see the event, you're going to need that, or low. The volume, as I said, the best volume that you're going to use in pre-market that works is either volume shares, volume today shares, or volume today percent. Volume today, this filter starts calculating in pre-market and runs all the way through regular market. So it doesn't really help you identify explosive volume in the regular session. So for a pre-market session, you're going to want to have pre-market high, pre-market low, volume today. I would say add that filter, and people that use this for pre-market would say, well, I at least want to see 100,000 shares printed in the pre-market. And so this filter will make sure we're not seeing new highs on something that just did 200 shares. It's only going to show us stuff that's moving in pre-market. Now, when you get into the regular session, that's when new high will work, new low will work. Relative volume is the big one. Okay, relative volume. If we put add filter and I put relative volume, a minimum 3, well, that means that from the opening bell, looking at the current time, which is 12:35 Eastern, the stocks that meet that filter have to be doing 3 times the normal average. And that means looking back 10 days at 12:35 Eastern, is stock ABC doing normal volume. Normal volume for stock ABC at 12:35 Eastern is 500,000 shares. That would be relative volume 1.0. If XYZ was doing 1 million shares at 12:35, well, now we're talking of relative volume of 2.0. If it's doing 2 million shares, well, it's doing 4 times. So that's how we calculate relative volume, and that's where you find the action, the momentum. Momentum stocks are usually going to be doing very well in relative volume. Another momentum filter that a lot of people like to use is 1 minute and 5 minute volume. Let's just go I'll do 5 minute volume. 5 minute volume. It's going to be there. It is right there. Expressed volume, 5 minute expressed in percent. So the same thing as relative volume, except this time we're not using a ratio, we're using percent. So if XYZ just did a 5 minute candle and it has the normal amount of shares that our history log going back 10 days shows for a normal 5 minute candle for stock XYZ, you're going to have a value of 100. If the stock isn't doing anything, it's going to be below 100. But if the stock is really cranking and there's a lot of activity in the last 5 minutes and you got a value of 400, 500, 600, that's showing there's a lot of action, there's a lot of attention in this moment. And those are the filters that work in real time. So, you'll see a lot of these setups when you go to like a momentum channel or one of those other pre-built channels that's looking for momentum. They're going to be using the relative volume, the 5 minute volume, 1 minute volume a lot. All right. Hopefully that helped. Because your question was, can we have pre-market and regular market in the same time, in the same scan? I assume that's what you mean. And no, you're really going to want to break those scans up and devise them separately. All right. Let's see. Catching up here. USWS is being asked about. Need to zoom out a little bit. Pretty nice looking basing action there, almost like kind of an inverted head and shoulders, but for the most part, real nice basing. Okay. Today, moving into today, volume is good. And it's holding its moving averages. This is kind of what I see right here. It's really flirting with a nice wedge break right there. If this continues, it's going to marry up very well on the daily chart. Look at yesterday, it got to the edge of that wedge and retreated and fell back into the range. Not what you want to see today. It could happen, but maybe it doesn't. Maybe today is the day that this thing does try to break out of the wedge. There's not much bad I can say about that. U.S. Well Services, huh? Support for oil and gas. Well, yeah, oil and gas has been doing well, which is a good segue to REI, which is the trade of the week, which triggered on Monday, went sideways. A beautiful example of, let's switch to the 10-day moving average now. I'm going to turn these off. I just put that in there so I could see, I would know the moment in time that if it does, I'm going to say, let's do it. Let's break that blue line today. Hopefully it will. But if it does, that's my moment in time notification that, hey, we're now challenging this high back here from October 8th. What I'll first do is I'll come over and say, okay, what's the relative volume? What's the 5 minute volume? What's the 1 minute volume? So you guys can see how I use my single stock window here to look in real time and say, hey, is volume rushing in? If this thing goes back to highs, I would love to see 5 minute volume doing 300%, 1 minute volume doing 400%. That tells me that action is now coming back in and something's happening in this moment. But where I was getting at was yesterday and today, look at where the low is. So this stock is still very much in play. It's doing nothing wrong. It's just requiring patience, as I said earlier. Would it have been nice for the stock to rip and follow through on highs on this day on Monday? Yeah, that would have been nice, but it didn't do it. Did it give us any reason to get out? Did it break below and close below yesterday? No. Did it trade or break or close below? No. Today's not over, but it's looking pretty good. So that 10-day moving average is the guiding hand that holds the bird that wants to take flight. So I'm liking the way this one is shaping up. And this one too is also oil, crude petroleum, and natural gas. Yep, we'll see how that one works out. You don't have access. Okay, so Lee Foxy, I don't have access to the channel settings. Is that correct? No, it's not correct. You do have access to the channel settings. What you would have to do, and I'm not going to click into a channel because when I do that, I lose all my settings. But let's assume that I just clicked, boom, strength alerts, or that's not a good example. Let's assume that I did Alpha Predator. Okay, so I click on Alpha Predator, and a bunch of new windows are going to come up, and that's a layout, an array for active traders. And your question is, I can't see what's going on in there. Well, yes, you can. What you got to do is you got to click on it, let the windows come up, and every single scan you see, just come in and go, okay, right click, configure, and come here to the summary tab. Okay, so this scan is looking for stocks where the daily volume is at least that, and the float is at least that, and so you can back your way into what's happening in these scans. The only place you cannot do that is the AI. We don't really necessarily have the ability to go in and say, hey, what's Mighty Mouse all about? What's that thing do? We don't have that ability. So that one is proprietary, the AI strategy scans. But the channel bar, if you go into any one of these channels and look at these pre-configured layouts, you can right-click individually, one by one, go to configure, go to summary, and see what runs these things. What are they actually looking for? Hey, IQ is looking a lot better. You got your sell order out there at 10.17 to sell a third, sell a half maybe? I don't know. Might want to consider that. Okay, so hopefully that helps. Lee Foxy, you do have access to the channel settings of each scan. You just don't have it to the AI strategies. Hopefully that makes sense. All right, I think I'm slowly catching up here. How would I set up a scan for stocks that are up over 10% for the day, but are 20% down from their highs? Poet, can you tell me what highs you're talking about? Today's highs? Or a 10-day high, a 20-day high, a 5-day high? Because that will certainly help how I approach that. The high of today. Okay. So let's see here. Let's work through this. Find stocks. So we don't necessarily, but are 20% down from their highs. 20% down. Okay, let's do this. All right, so there's two ways to start. Remember, we can do a top list, which is the T window, which means everything in here is just an idea, and it's been double-clicked and sorted. This one's sorted for the short floats to go to the top. It updates every 30 seconds. Or we can go to the, hey, something's happening now. This thing just made a new high. Do you want to know about it? That's called our alert, our A window. I'm going to take years and make an alert window because I think we can accomplish this with what we'll call a new 5-minute low. Okay, so we'll go new alert window. Let's start from scratch. Okay, our event, let's get that one out of the way first. New 5-minute low. Add alert, enable the alert. Okay, back to the search. Change from close. You want the stock to be up 10% for the day. So if we do change from the close, why don't I just type close? There's so many changes in there. Change from the close percent. Okay, there we are. Add filter, and you said you want these things to be up 10%. However, the qualifier you gave me was you wanted it to have pulled back 20% from the day's high. So here is a fun way to use the family called position and range. The filter family position and range. Well, we got position in 5-minute range, 30, 60, position and range. This is today's range. We can also go out 5 days, 10, 20, 3 months. Regardless of the time frame, the method is always going to be the same. 0 is going to equal the low of the said range, whether it's 5 minutes or 5 days, or in our case, today. So 0 is going to equal the low, and 100 is going to equal the high. Okay, so we don't want to see things unless they have pulled back 20% from the high. So I'm going to take that 20% and I'm going to subtract that from 100 because it's a percentile. Gosh, I keep doing that. We get 80. So the maximum is 80. So if this thing is up 10% on the day, and remember our event is to show us when it makes a new 5-minute low, it could be up 10% on the day and make a new 5-minute low, but it still might be only 5 or 6 or 7% off the high. But by adding position in range, there's our up 10% on the day, change from the close. But it made a new 5-minute low only if it's below the 80th percentile. So once the stock pulls back into the 80th percentile of today's range, you're going to start seeing 5-minute lows only on stocks that are up 10% on the day. So you could come in and you could do a 5-minute $5 low, $5 price, and then let's just use the volume today in shares. Add filter. This thing had to have done at least 300,000 shares today. So that would be an interesting starting point. Let's see if anything comes through. BON. Ooh, it was up on the day, but it did start making some lows. So there's a lot of names in here, all right? So I'll let you go through, and you can look at those one by one. Here's something that was up 10% on the day, but it's making some 5-minute lows into at least the 80 percentile. So you asked for a 20% pullback. That might be something you could use. So I'm going to go back to history, real time. I'm not even going to give it a title. You can give it your own title, and I will share it. And we'll just call this one For Poet. And there is the scan that we worked through together. All right. Yes, so much to learn. It will take time to understand everything, need to test every filter. Yeah, you're not going to learn this program in 3 days. You might not even learn it in 5 days. It's one of the reasons that we do a test drive for 2 full weeks. The first week is literally just kind of spent getting your wits about you and figuring out what does all this stuff mean and how do I talk to it. And the second week is, okay, now I know how to talk to this thing. How do I apply it and make it do what I want to do, make it show me what I want to see? Because the market is a fire hose of data and we're drinking from it. But Trade Ideas really helps put some valves in there and slows things down, things that only we want to see in the moment that we want to see it. Thank you, Poet. Very good. Thank you for the compliment. All right, so I've got a little bit of time left. One thing I did want to get to here. Hang on a second. So the trade of the week last week was a bugger. It was an ETF, XLF, and it decided to trigger on that day right there. And then it decided to retreat all the way back down there. But look how it gave us that nice little tail. There's that bottoming tail again, signaling possible reversal. It's almost like, to shoot an arrow up in the air, you've got to pull the arrow back and then release it. Well, I prefer that it didn't do that, but it did do that, and it's turned into be a nice trade. But where I'm going with this, that was last week. REI is this week, and it's slowly trying to work for us. It's another beautiful example. Look at that. It's finding support at the 10. Hopefully it finds support again there at the 10 SMA and moves higher over the next couple days. But I don't know if all you guys realize, if you read every email that comes through, there's some Easter eggs in there. All right. So here's the XLF email, but you don't want to just grab the headline and take it and run. Read why I'm saying it and why we're talking about it and what the concept is behind it. And a lot of times, you guys, I have names that I have to choose from, and I got to make one out of the 4 or 5 the official. But it drives me nuts when the short list that I had prepared goes. And so these Easter eggs at the bottom, they're in there for a reason. So on this particular date, I said watch these trades: RF, H-band, Zion, SYF, and Mara. Well, what have these trades done since then? Let's start with Mara. Kind of wish I called Mara. That was way back here. What else was on there? RF on the Easter egg list. So yeah, the financials are now all of a sudden getting into gear. Like I said earlier, swing trading is an exercise in patience. Look at all these things. Zion, Synchrony Financial. These things are all now starting to get their groove. All right, what was the other one? There was another one. Hang on one second. All right, here's the other one. Here's RIE this week. So Ring Energy, if you just look at REI and put the email away, you're not reading, you're not kind of getting the color behind the concept of it, why it's being selected, what it looked like. 2 Easter eggs this week. Let's take a look. Riot and GLNG. Riot, 3 days of giant movement in Riot. Kind of almost wish I called Riot, but I didn't, but they're still in there. And GLNG, which is a similar name to liquid natural gas. Yeah, look at that. It put in one of those spiky washout bounces this morning. Interesting. It's still in play. So step number 1 is don't forget when you read the trade of the week, there's some Easter eggs down there at the bottom. And what you can do with that is what I've done with, this S&P 500, high and low. You can create a new event, a new A window, and just select new high, new low. That's it. No filters whatsoever, okay? New high, new low. But you take those Easter eggs I've been dropping over the last couple of weeks, and you come to symbol list. And then you say, I only want to do a particular symbol list. So hold that thought. We got to come back to that. We got to go and we got to make a symbol list. Let's create a new list. Let's just call these Easter eggs because I just coined that term. We might as well use it. Easter eggs is now an empty symbol list. All right, let's go. Mara, GLNG, Riot, Zion, RF, and so on and so on. And some of the names I had been giving, REI even, we can put in there. So we click OK. And now we've got ourselves a symbol list with 6 symbols in there. So we could come back to creating a new alert window. Well, let's just do it this way. We would have created, as I said, a new high and a new low. That's it. No filters, new high, new low. In this case, my symbol list is pointed towards, as you can see, the S&P 500. So all I'm doing with this window is I'm seeing all the new highs of the S&Ps and all the new lows of the components. PayPal had some news. Doesn't like the news. PayPal's on lows. But it's like a pulse of the market. What I'm suggesting to you is you can go back 2, 3, 4 weeks of these trade of the week emails that I send on the weekend. And the ones at the bottom, the Easter eggs, well, you could just create a list like this. We could turn off S&P and we could say, where's Easter eggs? I'm sure they're in there. I know I saw it somewhere. There, went right by it. Easter eggs, okay. And Easter eggs, okay. Okay. All right, so now you're always going to have a window in front of you of something that was, curated by myself that might not work on a Monday or a Tuesday, but maybe Thursday that week, all of a sudden, you're being alerted to the fact that, hey, these things are breaking out. And so all along the day, if I look at today, it would look like this. So constant ideas coming at you that basically you're just translating from taking from the actual trade of the week. And I'm going to continue to do that. There's always going to be a trade of the week headline, but there's always a few that I still like. And I suggest to you that you take them and make a high-low list and drop those symbols into your high-low list. Call it whatever you want. And that's how you can monitor those for ideas in real time. So I'm going to go back to symbol list. I'm going to turn off Easter eggs and go back to S&P 500 because that's how I'm using this particular scan. And I can get kind of a feel. So I'm going to elaborate on this when I come back. It's not next week, but in 2 weeks when we have our next trade of the week webinar, we're going to go through this drill again. But I thought I'd give you guys a little tease. Yes, you're right. It was RF was a trade of the week earlier in the year, David. And that particular week, 2 weeks ago, RF, Zion Financial, HBAN, those are all banks. Those are all financials. And so they all kind of went together. Whereas Mara and Riot were blockchain, Bitcoin related. Let's try that again. Mara, yeah, big move in Mara, and then Riot was the one this week. Matter of fact, let's go back to Mara there for a second. If I was long this thing and being greedy, this is the exact opposite of what we've been looking at earlier, the bottoming tails. Well, there's a nice topping tail right there. There's a nice topping tail. Looks like it might be running into a little bit of exhaustion after all those green days. A lot of space between the current price and the rising moving average. So I'd be a little nervous if I was, thinking the price was going to go higher from here. That's been a pretty good run. Once we have subscribed, do we have every day live with support? Yeah, every day. I do Wednesdays. Tomorrow will be Jamie. Friday will be Andy. Andy is most like me. He and I have been trading together for years. Sean does Mondays. He's very adept at options. If you have a lot of options questions, you would want to tune in on Monday. But we're always going to be here at the noon Eastern Time live support session where we just hijack Barry's stream and you get a different flavor from the different person talking. Is there a way to make the single stock window more bold as the description, like float? No, the only thing you can really do with the single stock window is just resize it and let it hopefully, work for you the way you want to. You'll notice when I resize it, it made 3 columns for me now. But there's no real configuration other than what you want to see. So if I go to configure, it's just going to be a giant list. Every single filter we have, you can say, hey, every single thing that I pull up, maybe I want to see what the dollar volume is. So I would highlight that and I would say show column and I would activate which side of the column it is on and click OK and enable it. But there's not much more configuration you can do in terms of font size and column widths and things like that other than just resizing the window and letting the resizing of the window make any changes that were, kind of built into the logic of it. Is there a way to move all open alert windows to a different window without having to move them all individually? There's 2 thoughts on this. Okay, the old school thought is if you go to, I'm assuming you want to maybe you've got multiple monitors and you want to move all of these windows to a new monitor and then save it that way. If that's the case, yeah, different screen. Okay, so the easiest way, there's 2 ways, but I'm going to show you the easiest way. First is to just go to your options menu and in our layouts, you see that I have checked open relative to main window. Okay. In theory, what that should do is take this window, this is our toolbar window, whatever screen this is on is considered our main screen. But I've saved it. I've already saved my layout. I've saved my layout on this screen. But if I move this toolbar over to the new screen, and then from there, I select Save Layout, I think all the windows, the next time you open the program, will migrate over and move over there. If they don't do it automatically, then you got to do it one time and one time only, and just have all the windows over on your other screen. But the key to lock that in there is to File, Save Layout, and save it as your default layout. That means the program is going to open up every time you start the program to your default layout. And if you've taken the moment to move and migrate your window over there, and save the layout on your new screen, the next time you use the program, it should open up on that new screen. That's option number 1. Option number 2 is to use what we call docked windows. Now, I'm not using the docked window feature because I don't care for it. other people wanted it, but it basically gives you a container window. So you could say, open a new docked window. Okay, well, there's my docked window, and that's what it's called, apparently. Looks like I've frozen up here a little bit. So there's ways in which you can create, and this becomes what we would call a container window. All right, so if I take this particular scan, whoops, didn't mean to do that. If I take this particular scan, right click and say duplicate into Trade Ideas Pro Doc. That's the window we just opened up. So if I duplicate this, all of a sudden I've got this window in there. I can maybe do the same with my other, duplicate into Trade Ideas Doc. Now we've got two windows, and I can use this little navigation button here to say I want one on the left and one on the right. And that docked window can be moved around and changed everywhere. And I'm going to delete that because I duplicated the windows that I already had. So if you want to experiment with the docked window feature, you can do so. I'd highly recommend maybe going back to the user guide and seeing what's in there on the user guide. There's a few nuances. But I'm old school. I learned with individual windows, and I've actually got a couple of single windows on my other screens. And so I kind of like the free floating. They don't bother me, but for some people, they don't like them. So we created the docked option. All right. I do believe I got through all the questions, and it was great because the hour went by very quickly and we got a lot done. We talked about a lot, but it's time to bring Barry back in. And like I said, we'll do this every single day with a different trader trainer for you at noon Eastern for 1 hour. info@trade-ideas.com is your go-to email to send us questions, to let us respond in a support ticket fashion. If there's something you forgot, we'll certainly help you there. All right, yeah, so it's always good when people are asking a lot of questions and we've got a lot to demonstrate. It makes the hour fly by. But I went ahead and let Barry know it's okay to come on back in when he's ready. And I will see you guys next time. Just waiting for his confirmation so we don't drop the stream. Barry says he just started, so I'll give him a 3, 2, 1 count, and I will stop, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye.
Okay, so the HX, interesting that it's not even close to an all-time high. I don't remember what this was, what this one was doing way back here. Looks like this could have been, let me just back this out. I don't know if this was a true IPO back in 2017. This is HX. I don't know if it truly was. But what a month it's had. Oh man, here's a bit, 6 times. Now, let's look left. I mean, looking left here, I think it's above that high. So the next high looking left on the monthly is way up here at 24.30. I'm not saying it's getting there, but there's really nothing blocking, and I still don't know if there's any specific news on this one or if it's just because, just one of those things. Traders get a hold of it and keep bidding it up and up and up. I jokingly said, okay, here's this day right here. It can't go any further, right? And the next day a little bit. Then yesterday, well, it can't go any further. I mean, that's a giant green candle. We can't get a candle bigger than that, can we? And now look at this. Amazing, 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 amazing. And all because of the float. This cannot happen unless you have a low float situation. And there we go. I mean, it's just unstoppable right now. Again, guys, the 11th commandment, thou shalt not chase, even though it's so tempting. It's so tempting. Well, I don't know. We don't even have a short float percent here. Okay, so I don't really know how many. First of all, I know it's not shortable in interactive brokers. I mean, I know that's not the be all and the end all, but I'm going to check another source to see if they have any float information. My guess is no, but let me just take a look. Yeah, so I mean, we've got the, see, actually, FinViz has 5.4 million in the float, and okay, 0.34% is short, so really nothing. So, I mean, it'll be somewhere. It's a low float situation, but I don't think there's a lot of brokers around that can short this one. Now, remember what I'm saying. After today, when we have a giant green candle, it can't keep going up, can it? We'll see tomorrow. I see this one got halted also on the way up here. Bon, or Bon, if you're in Quebec. BTU. I'm not in this one anymore. This was an early. I don't usually do the early trades, but you know that was just too. I mean, you just have to look left. Look at all the room it had. So my usual rule for not shorting something, or not shorting, but not taking a trade in the first 15 minutes, can sometimes fly out the window if I see a massive gap, which is what happened with BTU. Yeah, well, the tech is on the way. Well, NAS is on the way down a little bit. There's a red candle in the SPY, but Dow is still up. So there is a little disconnect going on right now with the indices, with value up versus growth down, just a little bit. All right. Yes, I agree, Zach. Keep an eye on the hoodie in case it does something as crazy as the HX. I mean, it's hard to believe it will, but. So, and it's another low float, 3 million in the float. I mean, maybe just stick an alert. I mean, you're giving up some, but stick an alert at 1090, see if it gets up to that level anyway. Now, this is an all-time high, okay? I mean, that right there is an all-time high, so it's not quite like the HX. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Zalbai Mai? I don't know. For the HX. Any Chinese speaking individuals in the room? Is that correct? Of course, I guess it depends if it's Mandarin or Cantonese. I would go Zhao Bai Mai Mai. Very close. Thank you. Probably the last one is not right. Zhao Bai Mai Mai. Oh, the first one's off by a bit. Oh. Okay. Xiao Bai. Maybe Xiao Bai. She. Oh, okay. Shy. Okay. Whatever it is, it's going crazy. All right, guys. Well, here's the hoodie. I'm not saying anybody to take this, but I mean, there it is. All right, you guys in YouTube, can you not hear me? Small white bye-bye. Okay. Clear. Okay, so William, it's on your end. It's on your end. Well, of course, you can't hear me by saying that. All right, well, keep an eye on the hoodie, guys. I mean, it may just do one of those, well, you know, if HX can do it, why can't I? All right, so keep an eye on the hoodie, HUDI, another low float. Maybe takes out 11 and it might just rip. Shioa, Shioa, Shio. Oh, shy, not Zai. I got it. No, no. Not even again. I'm still in this one. I have a piece left of the TCRR just in case it takes out that 7. I mean, the big move has already been made for me from the 750 to the 715 level, but great little percentage move. Maybe not quite as exciting as an HX or an RDUS, but it pays the bills, guys. You know, you get moves like this percentage wise and relatively sane move. Oh, Xiao, Xiao, gotcha. You mean holding overnight? I hope not. I mean this. I mean, yeah, this is not. But I'll tell you what. This, if this closes well, you might see some incredible after hours action too. Keep an. I mean, guys, I'm not. You know, the hoodie. I don't know what it's going to do, but it could follow. I'm not trying to pump this at all, but that's all traders are looking at. Guys like me who said, "Man, how come I didn't get into the HX?" So what is another one that could do something like this? Look at this candle. Look at this daily candle. And another halt. I'm waiting for Benzinga to say we have no reason why this. We have no idea why this is going up as a press release. Checks in France, yes. Well, a lot of these China stocks, absolutely. My bet is on the hoodie just because it's got all the room and it's another very low float. I mean, it may not happen, but if I'm going to be aware of it if it takes out 11. I'm just going to put a price alert and that's it. Well, but Aja, there is no reason for it going up. I mean, there is no fundamental reason for it going up. It just is. Here are a couple of China stocks that are not following suit, really. I mean, IQ and Huya, and they are alerts from the AI. But look at the difference, guys. I mean, look at the difference in the charts. Look at all the areas that these things can stall at. Also, more importantly, check out the float. So, not all China stocks are the same. So there's a float of 378 million, and Hua, I think, is in the 100 million or so. 80 million. Just a moment, please. Even funnier, guys. I mean, I'm sure you've all experienced it, but that was a Chinese robocall. They must have heard me talking about China stocks. If I could speak Chinese, maybe I would have got a tip. But, yeah, it's a real phone. We have a real phone in the Anderson household. There is a reason for it. Exactly. They're calling me to load up on Hootie. No, somebody said it yesterday, so I cannot claim it, but Hootie and the blank. Oh, it really depends on your top list, perfect circle. Okay, I mean, the different colors, if it's a top list, it's just shading, so I mean, it all depends. I mean, I don't know what your gradient you're using. You're probably just using a standard one. But the colors just refer, usually, if I had a top list in front of you guys that I had shading, which I don't use, I don't really care about it. But if you had a lighter green and then a darker green and then even a darker green, usually that's going to mean a stock is getting higher and higher in terms of the percentage move. Okay, and it was red, but I mean, there's all sorts of different color gradients. I don't use it at all. I just find it not confusing, but it's I don't find it that relevant. But that's what it means. Typically, if you see a light green turning into, and then another stock is a slightly darker green, and I'm just using green as an example, and then a really dark green. If you're sorting on the change from the close, for instance, like the darker the green, probably be up more. Oh, it'll definitely be up more than, say, a lighter shade of green. You know, Becca, you're obviously not here when I open the room every morning as I introduce myself. All right, guys, what are we? We just got a resumption for X, and of course, you might get your 18. You might get your 18. Zach. 1760. It is not Enerson, it's Enerson. Of the Icelandic Enersons. Man, oh man. So that's what we don't anticipate, guys. I mean, I don't know listen, Hootie may not do it at all. I mean, it's a completely different, iron and steel pipe tubing, etc. So, I mean, not that this really matters, I think. I mean, this is a sort of a financial stock, consumer lending. Look at the market. Ooh, yeah, a couple of big red bars now in the SPY. And here's another one. I think this is another China stock, JRJC. JRJC, I think. Yeah, it's another China stock. I know Real mentioned it earlier. Not quite as much room, though. I mean, it's still got room. I mean, there's a 200-day moving average, 932 or so. There's a lot of resistance up here. Still has room. Low float. You know, you can just see the float. 1.38 million in the float. So, I mean, that's why these ones are moving like this. But now at least this is a China fin. okay, like the HX. Wow. BTU just took out, or is that right at now at 14? This doesn't trade options, I'm pretty sure, HX. If it did, yeah, it doesn't trade options. Well, you've heard the old adage, all it takes is one good one. So from my watch list, 949, 1095, HX. You would have had to withstand this. Maybe if you even, well, if you took it, you still would have made money. And then hopefully you would have sold it on the way down. Watch it come back, and then you stick the alert again at 1095, like I should have, and take it again. I see NVAX is starting to come back down. NVAX starting to come back down. So it hit, wow, I mean, that was a big bounce though. That was a huge bounce. I mean, it got down to what, 116 this morning or so? Got all the way back up to 148, but it is really starting to drift down now. All right, guys, I think I have a promo code for you. Let me just make sure it is working, and then I can hand it out. And the answer is... Yes, sir. We have a live promo code, okay? So, if you want to if you want to join in all this fun we have every single day, here's a great promo code you can use. Let me just, I'm going to have to change some things here, so... Just give me a moment here. a minute. I swear I spend half my time copying and pasting. All right. This is the promo code to use, okay? Pretty simple. Test Drive 25. Test Drive all in capital letters for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. So again, you click on my home page. And if you're not sure about this program, this is what you can do. You know, I would go to a monthly, standard. Okay, you can click purchase. And then test drive, TESTDRIVE 25. Proceed to checkout. Or this, I guess it's the same. Okay, so that's what it would cost, $88, okay? You can try us out for the first month. If you decide within 30 days that, yeah, I love it, and you want to upgrade to, say, an annual, you can do so and we'll honor the 25%. Okay, so in other words, if you wanted to, you could upgrade to the annual standard at 1068 minus 25%. Or if you decided you wanted to try the premium out, 228, you could, and you get the 25% off that first month. If you love it, then you can upgrade to the annual for 25% off this. Okay? So, all right, guys, let me do a couple of things in the background and then I can get back. Ah, just a second, sorry. Okay, I am now back. Now look at the SPY, big bottoming tail right there. Let's see if this holds forth. See if the buyers trying to stepped in, close it here. Let's see if they're still in somewhat control or the sellers keep moving it down. That's a funny one, real. Yeah. Yeah, that is funny. Yeah, guys, let's keep it apolitical right here, okay? But mild political, as I call it, and off topic. All right, so a word about the AI right now. So you see the HUT, okay? I went over this actually in the video. So we had an alert for 12 at 1272, and it got all the way up to whatever 1319, and the AI did not get out of the trade until basically where it bought it, okay? Which is crazy. All right. That's why manage the exits on your own. This is what I would do now, though. I would set an alert for the original price of 1272, okay, which I'm going to do right now. I may have already done it, but I'm going to set a price alert right there and see if it comes back. Now, it may come back today, though I doubt it, but if it happens tomorrow, remember all these setups in the AI, really, they're not, even though the AI gets out of every trade at the end of the day, they are designed for longer term holds. They're not just meant for intraday. The problem is, of course, is that you get stopped out, so you can't hold it. But if it comes back to that original entry price at some point, for all the reasons why it saw getting in at 1272 today, they could come back the next couple of days. So no harm in setting an alert, and that's what I would do with every one of them. The PRLD. If it closes down below that 1935, just set an alert. The same thing with the HUA, and just set the alerts. Maybe the AI was just a little bit early. That's all. Religion. The exit price, you should have an exit price column. You have a stop, and there's an exit price column. You see it right there. If you don't have an exit price column, then just add it. You should have a stop price, and you should have an exit price. And these are just columns. Right click on any header, columns, and if you don't have it, you can just add them. There is in alphabetical order. But as I was saying, that would be an insane way to trade. Getting in at 1272 on HUT, having it go up to 1318, and exiting at where you bought it. But this is in the autumn. That's why I say don't try to auto trade the AI. Okay, Rob, off topic. Okay, don't get upset, but I'm going to just delete your post. Start deleting off topic posts. Okay, you can take it to off topic. Well, you could have the closed ones too, but I mean, you can have a column, Ben. I would just have a column showing the exit price, exit time, stop price. I mean, you could. Yeah, so typically what a profit save is that if, let's just say, I mean, this is what should have happened with HUT, in my opinion. You get the alert at 1272. Let's just pretend I don't know the strategy it came from. I don't really care. But let's just say the hold time on this was 2 hours, or to the end of the day, okay, or a certain profit target, $1.50 or $2, whatever. Okay, those would have been exit criteria. Now let's just say HUT is moving higher, but it hasn't. The hold period hasn't hit yet. The profit target hasn't hit yet, but it starts to move down. That's where a profit save should come in. An algorithm should kick in saying, you know what? We don't want to watch this go right back down to where we bought it. So a profit save algorithm should kick in. In this particular case, it didn't. But that's what profit save in essence means. The AI closed the trade. This is an auto mode, okay? Again, anybody who's bound and determined that they want to test auto trading, you can auto trade your own strategies. You can auto trade the AI. Do it in simulation mode, and you'll see. You'll just see. So yeah, so in other words, Ben, profit save, it's another way that the AI exited a trade. All right, guys. It's been a fast day. Stratasys, what are the other ones doing? Man, remember when this was just, I mean, this is, I don't know how people swing trade. I just don't, but I mean, I mean, at some point you've got to take profit, but remember when this one was just ripping higher here every day, every day? Big capitulation yesterday, and now maybe now it's profit taking. You know, this would be a stop area on a swing, I guess, 27.47. If you were in, you know, yesterday. So the same thing with the PRLD. There was the alert at 1935, is now below the alert, 1885. It did have a nice run over 20. And again, I gotta hammer this point home. If you got in around 1935 and you watch this go up to, I mean, it was a little bit choppy, but it got up to 2012. And then you just held on and let it go back down to 1935 where you bought it to get out. That's insane, okay? Again, I would have thought an algorithm would have kicked in, but you know, obviously it didn't. But now, same thing. I would put a price alert back at the original and see if it happens again tomorrow. So the AI closes on conservative all the time, okay? Moderate means if these are those moderate and aggressive are, and I hate aggressive. I mean, I hate the concept of it, but I have to tell you what it means. I think they're going to get rid of that too. But moderate means, okay, stay in the trade unless the stop gets hit, okay? So what would happen if you stayed in the trade right to the end of the day and if the stop didn't get hit? Aggressive means, oh, who cares about the stop? What would happen if you just stayed in the trade right to the end of the day? Okay? I think it's, I don't like it, but, you know, I don't run the company. I wish we would just get rid of it. But it's a what if scenario. You know, what would happen if you just, you know, stayed in the trade right to the end of the day, even if at some point the stop got hit? And conservative, though, is getting out exactly when the AI gets out. You see, first of all, with the AI, I think it's too complicated. We have too many choices, too many columns you can have, too many this, too many that. I know, I mean, in these marketing meetings I attend Tuesdays and Thursdays, I mean, you know, we keep talking about, and it's being worked on. I don't know why it just seems to take a lot longer than I think. But anyway, to clean it all up, to make it just a lot easier. Yeah, even Tom Brady said that, though. If he still has it, he's laughing now. But all right, guys, I am not getting any new alerts, which is okay. That had a big pop early, didn't it? KULR. Okay, so you took it on that pullback. Okay. And what sort of room does it have? Well, you know me, 250. I hope it breaks 250 for you. There's the high right there. If it does, then you've got room, you know, to that 274s, 275 mark. But 250, you know, that's the key right now. Can it break that 250? Too bad. I like to short this sell through the 200-day. It's showing up on the 10-day breakdown, but I see right there the next low looking left, and it's not that far away. It's 375. I wish. Yeah, I was hoping that that wasn't there because then it had a shot maybe to get into this area here. Yeah, that's just a psychological break. That 250. You know, the 50 cent for me anyway. 50-cent levels for stocks 5 and under can be as psychological to break as the whole numbers. Mr. Tank, Mr. Majestic. And let's also give big credit to, well, I think Zach at the beginning, and then Real, of course, piled in and started talking about fib levels, etc. But for the short of artists, guys, I mean, right from the get-go, after this pullback, and even here though, shorting this. They kept talking about shorting it. Boy, NVAX, NVAX is just slip sliding away again. Oh, ship W. We've got to say that really carefully. SHPW on the move here. Yeah, this is not an all-time high. So I don't know what happened here. This is not an IPO. Must have been a symbol name change or a SPAC. Yeah, so this was a SPAC. How do we know that? Well, if you look at the position or lifetime range and you see 79%, so that means it's approximately within 20% of its lifetime high. You look at this candle, but you look here on the monthly chart, you say, well, wait a minute. I mean, how can that be? It's almost at a lifetime high. Well, that's because it also takes into account that when it was trading as a SPAC, before it merged, became this company, obviously it was 20% higher than what it is now at some point. Maybe not obviously, but that's what it is. Interesting that William was able to, because yeah, I just looked at it in IB. No shorts available. This will be an interesting one tomorrow, guys. You want to have some fun. Put WE in your chart, in your trade ideas chart. Put a price alert. Just right click. Do the price alert. Create a price alert. Say at $1. I've already done it. This is WeWork. Okay. And it's BOWX. BOWX is the SPAC. So this is what's going to happen. So BOWX will cease trading tomorrow. It becomes WE, the infamous WeWork. At one point, I think it had about a $45 billion market cap potential. Now it's going to be about 12 billion or less. Of course, you have to read up on it. The founder was a interesting fella. But, look, I mean, there's obviously no enthusiasm. You would think with the BOX, I mean, this is going to be replaced with ME tomorrow, WE tomorrow. But there's absolutely zero enthusiasm. William, if you were one of the seven, which one would you be? I'll be back. I'll be back for your answer in 1 minute. No. Grumpy's already taken. We know who that is. Now, guys, now I left this in on purpose. Remember what I was talking about? If you get into a trade, to keep an eye on what your max P&L is, and of course your profit, your current profit is. So you shouldn't allow something that if you were up, this is in the simulator, up $126, to start turning into only $32. Okay, should be taking some out. I mean, so it's a gauge to see, well, how good are my exits? Yeah, it is more push. You're right. More push. Come on, load. Getting closer and closer. But $1 away now from the 200-day area. That was for real. And it just got halted. Well, maybe there is something to this, guys. I mean, the hoodie is yeah, it's China, but it's not the same sector. These two that are really ripping, JRJC and the HX before, they're in, for the financial sector. So maybe that's it. Though I'm looking at, let's take a look at Tiger just for fun. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I mean, this is one of the bigger fin stocks in China. Ah, XYF. Yes, remember XYF? Haven't seen that for a while. So maybe it has to be a super low float. Super low float. Yeah, 16 million. It's not crazy low, but it's certainly low. And look at the volume. I mean, the volume is it's continuing to pick up. No news, but other traders and are just seeing the similarities, so they're piling in. Well, it would really have to take a big drop, though, wouldn't it? Today's Wednesday. You've missed a day, William. Tuesday, Thursdays. All right, sounds like DAX. Okay, we've got 255 now for the KULR. So that was a little area, 250. So now you've got some room to the 270 mark. All right, JRJC just opened. JRJC just opened. Yeah, they're being snapped up. 3,000 shares now. They're being snapped up. This is real time. Gone. Gone. And that's nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? That is just within Interactive Brokers. Great little window within Interactive Brokers. All right, NVAX is having a little bit of a bounce here. Let's see if this holds. All right, guys. And now they are, let's see if the JRJC is back. It's kind of fun to see that little window as it changes. See if there's some covering. Not yet. NIB, I'm only talking Interactive Brokers. So, I mean, I'm just watching this little box here, okay? So I would expect that it gets down to the 730 level. If it does, there'll be some covering. People looking at this maybe as a support. Okay, SHPW again made a little pop here. Wow, no kidding. What a pop. I mean, where are they out of? No, it's a U.S. company. Yeah, there's the phone. Let's see if it's another China calling. Just a minute. All right, guys, I'm now back. So I see NVAX and NVAX had a little bit of a pop. And meanwhile, your KULR is on the move. Coming into probably some pretty tough resistance here, around 270. This time it was a legitimate call. So anyway, I'm going to get out of this one right here. Again, I think I was showing you that you would never let this happen, and if you, that's why you got to practice trading. Okay, so I got out of this one, $126 at one point. I was up, and this is of course in the simulator. So I exited basically flat. That's what the AI did on a couple of trades today. That's why we're saying manage the exits on your own. Oh, this one, this NTCO, Natura. So this one, what's the volume like? Not a lot of volume. Big float too. I'm looking at a potential short here. This is an interesting short, guys. HCSG. I mean, it's not really, I wouldn't call this a super chase, but look underneath. There's really, I think that low there on the monthly chart, I think, is $20, 20.05. So it's below that now. And then you look left and, it's not got a lot of support. The next low way down here at 1470. So I'm eyeing this one right now. Want to see how well it holds underneath 20. And that is HCSG. Now it is down over 10%, so I don't know if the uptick will nail me. And it was an earnings play October 20th before the market opened, so this was an earnings play. Really not a big reaction to it, but so I'm looking for a real break out of that 1990 area. You know what else is breaking down? Is EAT. EAT is starting to break down. Another earnings play. So this tried to get down, this HCSG got down to about 1979. Buyers took over. Are they firmly in control though? Well, I got it actually. I actually no problem getting it. I thought maybe the uptick rule would nail me, but no problem getting it. 1991, 20 stops, so 9-cent stop. See what happens. This is an Interactive Brokers. Not 3 cents, exactly. Yeah, but you know what? If it gets anywhere close to 96, I'm out. I just want to see if it can move down from here. Get down to this other level, 1970, and I mean, there's no support for it. It'll be boring. Here's another one showing up here on the upside, ISBC. It looks like sounds like a bank. Investors Bank Core, so it is a bank. SKT, I haven't seen that one in a long time. SKT. Okay, guys, I'm completely out of the TCRR, and it's actually having a bit of a bounce now. TCRR is actually having a bit of a bounce. If I type it in correctly, you'll see it. I know it's still alive. I have it thumbnailed. Oh, who knows? Maybe that there was no price target put on it, I don't think. Give me a moment here. Is that what it was? Okay. So I didn't read the Barron's article. I just saw the reference to it, and then you reminded me yesterday because I was saying, "Why is this up?" And you reminded me. I think I did see something about it on the weekend, but I'd completely forgotten until you reminded me yesterday. Yeah, look at HX. You're absolutely right. HX is putting in that little pattern here. Oh, wow. There it just went, guys. Up, down. Boy, this would have challenged the high here. All right, NVAX, after that little pop of a couple of dollars, looks like it wants to make its way down again. Will the enthusiasm return for HX? Meanwhile, HCSG, yeah, just kind of inching its way down. Yeah, if you're going to take this one, this is not a recommendation from anybody, but don't take too many because, yeah, I mean, it can just drop. But it could also just, if it gets a little more enthusiasm, get some volume coming in, could take this out and maybe start to challenge again that high. That's what makes trading so fascinating. We've got a bit of a spread issue to deal with too, but what a game. I got to put myself on mute, guys, in case I say something. So just can't put myself on mute. I probably to the end of the month, Chris. Okay, so no mad dash today, but you guys are getting first crack at it. Sorry guys, I'm just watching intensely the HX. Sorry guys, this is... All right, finally. I've taken some out. I can't handle it. There were a couple of times where I thought, okay, it's over 16. Now it's really going to rip over 16. Then it dropped. Then it came just back up again. No, there's no strategy. This is just a guess, okay? It's, as Zach said, it's 50-50. That's why I'm not talking about it as, okay, guys, everybody should, not that I do that anyway, but the only thing I say is don't take very many shares, have a stop, get out, don't try to guess that it's going to come back if you get stopped out. So there's no strategy. That is a trade that the AI suggested, yes, Chris. So right over here you can see HX actually way back here. I don't know what dates these were, but yeah. So for HX there were some buys way back, but you can probably lots of different charts will have that. So yeah, if you see a buy flag or a sell flag previous on a weekly or a daily or a monthly chart, yeah, it was a previous AI alert. Then you can just hover over the flag and you can see exactly what the entry and exits were. All right, I have no more of this HX left. What I'm going to do is I've got an alert set up here, but again, guys, this is you're completely on your own trying to trade this thing. You know, with that float, anything can happen. So I know what I'm looking to maybe do, and that's it. So, but I'm not in it anymore. Made a little bit, and that's it. Medical tourism. What the heck is that? I was going to say. Well, I guess we better start that sector, the medical tourism sector. Oh, you guys weren't kidding? No, I thought you guys were kidding. Oh, jeez. I thought you guys were kidding. Never heard that term. I mean, I know those things exist. I just never heard the term medical tourism. Somebody came up with a great marketing angle. Well, there you go, guys. I mean, that's why you have to have a stop or something in place, okay? I mean, look at the HX now. I mean, I escaped, but you know, this got down to what, 15, almost $15. Yeah. Well, of course, we have the cheap drugs. I'm talking about the cannabis sector. We have the cheap drugs up here. All right, guys, it is now 2:30. So I think before I take off, oh, thank you, Rudy. And I think I asked Rudy to make a change to my homepage, and I think Rudy at Trade Ideas, let's see. There it is, test drive 25 for 25% off. There's your new promo code. Probably good to the end of the month, guys, okay? So there is the promo code, 25% off. So take advantage of it. You can do something like this, as I explained a little earlier. You can always start off with a monthly plan. Toggle over here. Even like if you're not sure of this company, you know, if you want to keep this scanner, don't take an annual plan because you're kind of tied in. So don't do it. You can always start off with a monthly plan, standard, 118 less the 25%. If at any point during the 30 days, next 30 days, you decide you want to upgrade to annual, we'll honor the promo code, okay? So just try us out. I think that works out to about $88 for the month. And of course, more information on my homepage. Trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I did, or I do at noon. All the education links are here. I know people pop into this room time to time. Maybe some don't know that we have a new user guide, brand new as of last week. Very, very detailed, okay? So here, you know, is broken down into segments, but here it is broken down into a like literally, well, not literally, it is a table of contents. So you want to find out how to do something, just scroll down and more than likely it'll be here. And the introductory lessons, the 20 introductory lessons with just showing you, you know, quickly what a topless is, how to create one, what an alert window is, how to create one, all the way down to Brokerage Plus. Daily support in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And I should also mention, you know, when I shut this room down at 3, the YouTube room, you can join the YouTube room at around 3:30, and Chris Varley is there between 3:30 and 4:30. If you haven't had enough of trading. Daily webinars, sign up for them all right here. More educational videos, and here's a great little series, Back to Basics. If you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. It's all free. And of course, I forgot to mention, my scans and my layout. So lots of information in these two sections. Save my link and you can look at them all whenever you want. Well, I scratched out something on the HCSG. And that was it. I was hoping we'd get into the mid 70s. It didn't do it. So I'm out of everything now. So the strength alerts is it's introductory. If you already have our standard or our premium service, it's included, but it's an introductory look at trade ideas. I suppose not really a look. It just gives you five a week. You sign up for it for $17, and I think probably Sunday night, the email goes out with five stocks that you might want to look at. I think Macy's this month. Well, but if you read the, here, let me just pop this in. And you'll see exactly what it is. Very interesting. I don't talk about it too much in this room because most people in this room are active traders. And this is for people who are not that active. But if you click on the link, just read what it says. There was definitely a good one this week in Macy's. On the Monday, I think it had an 18% pop. I mean, that's unusual because these are usually, more sedate plays. But you just read it. And you can take a look at it right here. If you have, again, it's part of the standard and premium service, so you don't have to sign up for it. You just don't get an email. But you get this is so when you get an email, you get this blurb here, but it's right here. So just basically, whoops. Let me expand this if I can. There we go. So here they are. There's an entry, a stop, and here was Macy's. Where's Macy's? There's Macy's. So suggested entry, there's a suggested stop. So look what Macy's did on Monday. I mean, this is not typical. I don't want to give you the idea that this is typical, but I mean, look what Macy's did on Monday. So the suggested entry was around 24, and my goodness, it got up to 28.30. Yeah, from the toolbar, click on New. If you're a subscriber, and even if you're part of the test drive, so if you click on the toolbar, click on New or click New on the toolbar, click on Dock Channel bar, and then click on Strength Alerts. And then here is the email that people get. You don't get an email, but you do get exactly what they see. You just have to scroll down and read it. Okay? So again, from the docked, from the toolbar, click on New, and then Docked Channel Bar. And then Strength Alerts. Okay? Ooh, there's that OLB, just sinking again, guys. I know you said you were in around 3 something, Ija. Well, I don't know when you get out of these. You know, it doubled for you yesterday, but so this is from what, yesterday? Jeffries has an $18 price target on it. Stifle has a $22 price target on it. Yeah, big red dot. You're right, Real. Saw that all day yesterday. Thou shalt not short, ever. You must have got in before the shorts dried up. Now there are 1,500 left, or available now. Excuse me. How did Hootie end up doing? Probably nothing. Yeah, very choppy, really choppy. All right, Eat, are you going to keep falling here? Even Zach had difficulty shorting HX if he wanted to. So I don't know how many shorts are available, really. easily, readily available anyway. Yeah, so Lamnath, you can try one thing. I don't know if this is going to help. It can be a real challenge. I mean, when I first downloaded the latest version, it was a little bit of a challenge to get my column sizing correct. You can try this. If it doesn't work, so first of all, click on Tools and then Options, and then now tell me if it's checked. If you click on Layouts, so let me start again. So click on from our toolbar, click on Tools, Options, Layouts. You see where it says Data Grids? And there's is it checked for auto size column or unchecked? Can you hear me? Okay. If you want, I don't know how I can help you. I mean, I had to do a lot of fiddling around, to get it the way. For instance, if you have the sectors, if you have the company name, if you have a lot of columns that take up a lot of width, my advice is to get rid of them. I never used those columns, so it wasn't as big a deal for me. But if you've got columns, the exchanges, the description, sector, company name that take up a lot of column width, I would, if you absolutely have to have them, then fine. You can always go back. If you go to our homepage, they'll give you a version, which you're probably the one you had before, where it was fine as far as you're concerned, and they can give it to you again. Okay. Nothing I can do to help you. Well, I'll just show you. I'll give you our homepage, and you can head there and say, I don't like the new version. Give me the old one. Guys, HX is making another kick here. So keep an eye on it. It's almost, I'm going to be out of here soon. Look what it did. It got right back up to that 16 level. This could be interesting going into, the last hour plus the post-market. Yeah, I just don't know how many people can short this. How many brokers actually have, shorts available readily. Oh, options, yeah. I guess, though, I don't think it, well, I don't know. It doesn't seem to trade options. You're talking about HX? We don't have any options here. DNMR, let's take a look at DNMR. As we're talking about it. Whoa, no kidding, what a pop here. Don't see any news on it. Not that that matters, but I don't see any news on it. This does trade options. Guys, I have to take off early. That last call was a call for an appointment I've got, and they want to up it a little bit. So I have to take off a little bit early today. Sorry about that. I know normally I close the room down about 10 minutes later, but from now, but I have to take off a little bit early. So thanks for all the help. Another exciting day. And remember, I'll just pop one last thing, a little promotion for trade ideas. What have I done? Oh, here we go. Okay, so there is the promo code you can use. There you go, Chelsea. Okay, I don't follow soccer too closely, but I'll cheer for Chelsea for you. Why not? Or football, whatever you want to call it. Okay, and let me just change my script so it reads opening the room tomorrow. Just a minute. Okay, everything's now fixed. New promo code, everything. Okay, guys, I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, and we will see you then. Bye-bye.